It's so good to see you all. And as a tradition, nobody will be offended if we pray, right? All right. Can I just have one song, one hymn to put us in the spirit? I was going to sing it myself, but as you can hear. All right, good morning once again. Thank you so much for coming. I see there are people from Zimbabwe. How many people from Zimbabwe? Wow, look at that. Look at that. Welcome, welcome. People from Swaziland. To say something about. Is it okay? All right. So when he was praying, I heard something about ukusebenzisana, that we respect one another, that we are humble, because the workshop is all about that, right? We are sharing the information. So with us, we have three facilitators. We have Mr. Mwaisi here. Please stand up. And I'm sure you know him. And Mr. Mwaisi is also part of the NOC. Am I saying it correctly? Yeah, I feel like saying NEC. Yeah. So part of the artistic committee, but also part of the NOC. And we have Miss Nomthandazo Mkhize Solomon Ezandleni. She is one of the adjudicators for this year. She also worked last year as an adjudicator. There are other adjudicators who are not here. Sfiso Shezi, I think you know him from KZN, Gauteng. We also have Kumbuzile Dlamini, am I saying it right? Ndaba from KZN. We have Mr. Kiwit Badi from Free State, but now works in Gauteng. We have Pindishongwe from Swaziland, but also works in Gauteng. So I think we assembled a very, very good team. They're going to rotate throughout the whole season of TMF. And so for this workshop, what I really will ask, humbly so, although we'll be facilitating, but please, if you have something to say or contribute, do not be bashful, do not be shy, raise your hand and then contribute. Ungahambi nento ezophilisa abantu, uzofika ekhaya, ungazange uyishare nabanye abantu. So this is not that kind of a situation. We share the information rather than a masterful domination, so to speak. And we have prescribed 48 pieces this year. So those are a lot of numbers. So obviously we cannot do each and every piece, but our approach will be more global in nature. We could be talking about Mendelssohn, but we'll touch a lot on Oratorio. We could be talking about Rossini, but we'll also touch Donizetti, things like that. And but again, if you have things to say, please. Workshop is all about discussing facts, not alternative facts, but we discuss facts. And all those 48 pieces, we might not get into the specifics, but I think you're going to get the gist of it, of how we came about. So this year we're doing Oratorio as opposed to the opera that we did last year. So the opera was exciting, but it was also taking a lot of time. Some pieces were like 20 minutes. You did Othello, did you? No, Macbeth. Yeah, Macbeth went on for 15 minutes. And then in one performance, it was 20 minutes, you know, just Macbeth alone. So this year we try to put everything between 8 to 12 minutes for large, and I think it's 6 and 8 minutes for the standard. And the accompanied African is for the standard section, and the a cappella African is for the large section. So, but I think we're still gonna have fun, knowing how talented our conductors are. I think we are very blessed. So we are here not to dictate, we are discussing, and then if there's anything, once again, that you feel we should concentrate on, please do not be bashful. So the regions will be starting on the 3rd. I think people know exactly when their dates are, right? If you haven't started, you are a little bit late. And if you have started, you work even harder. Because the most important thing for this year, it's a league. It doesn't matter whether they're in the standard section or whether in the large section. It's a league. So we're going to choose the 10 best choirs in the standard section. The 15 choirs will be divided with the 5 doing the great champs and the other 5 doing the large category. All right, so without any waste of time, I am going to ask Mr. Mwaisi to take us through the Mendelssohn. Oh, I forget, we have Mr. Manamaila here, Johnny, our pianist, our resident pianist. Thank you so much for being here. All right, we're going to start, and yeah, thank you, Mr. Mwaisi. You need to stand. Okay.
Good morning. Oh, Mike. Good morning, colleagues. Yeah, as always, it's good to meet fellow musicians in a setup like this one. Yes, fellow musicians, because I believe there's nothing that makes any of us superior to the other one or inferior to the other one. We are all here starting on level ground with level-headedness. Yes, Prof. It's a word. Just so that we can discuss the music properly. Have a good discussion so that we can come out here with desired or desirable results. So obviously we're doing oratorio this year, but there's just something we'd like to discuss before we do that. Things are worth talking about over and over again. And what am I talking about? It is the concept of music itself. The concept of music itself. And what about music? I want us to talk about the concept of the collaborative effort between the composer and the performer. Because normally that's where we either get things very right sometimes, or we tend to get them, we tend to get them wrong. But nonetheless, this thing that is called music, it continues today, it carries on today because of that collaborative effort that we have with it. Okay, just do the second slide. So, just 2 points on this. When or if a composer writes, when the composer writes the music, they have the considerations, certain considerations they make. They consider the performer. Okay. Sorry. Thank you. So, yeah, that's better. Yeah. So they will consider the vocalist or an instrumentalist to say, when I write this song, will pianists be able to play it? Or will they be able to play it effectively? Because I suppose as a composer, you want your stuff to be performed and to be performed proper to the highest possible standard. And if I'm writing for the singers, for the vocalists, is it reasonable enough for the singers? Whether you talk about range, tessitura, the length of the phrases, the dynamics that you use, the length of the piece itself, that is a continued collaborative effort that we have or we continue to foster with the composers. The second point, it's a simple point again. In this same conversation, it is based on equal representation. I think we must understand that at first. There are many, we can debate around it, or we can have, we can throw in points around it. Who's the important one? Is it the composer or the performer? That shouldn't even be the question. Because if we say it's a collaboration, or if we say it's a conversation between the two, it means the both parties are equal in a sense. Because when one writes, he expects this one to be able to perform it. And when this one performs or prepares to perform this one, we think about the intentions of the one that wrote it, ourselves being slaves of a particular aspect of music, of a particular part in the music. I don't know if we together. You cannot call Mozart today because he's not there. But we try and presume, or we try to think, but what were his intentions? Inasmuch as but it's still not the stuff that we wrote. It's stuff that was written by somebody else who had his own thinking, his own interpretation, his own perceptions about the composer at hand. So it means even you, as a conductor, you have that full right to also think beyond that as to what were the intentions of the... I don't know if we're still together. Ne? So that to us will actually help to not to really stop, but to limit ends on audiographic things that we find as well. There are certain audios that are good that are there as guidelines. There are certain things that are written down already, or things that are said or that have been said already about a particular or a particular composer, which you also need to make up your mind about it. Because then it means, if we don't do that, it means that collaborative effort would have died back then when whoever it is had the privilege to record or put footage down, which you still depend on even now. So let's continue. Finding our own signature. Let's continue leaving our own footprint in this thing that we call music. All right. So as I close this one, because I think that's what brings us here. So when you speak of a performer, one person singing, it's work. It's one person. They do what they think is right at a particular time. But now we're talking about 40-something people, 60-something people, up to 100 and something people. But there's this one person, this thing that we call a conductor. So this conductor then is fostering this conversation with the composer, isn't it? Because as a conductor, you are the one who sells the idea to the choir. And when do you sell the idea? We don't sell the idea when it's time to do what we call interpretation, but we sell the idea from the first day of the rehearsal. As we introduce the music, whether you start your music in tonic solfa or you start it rhythmically with words, but that is exactly when you should start to be selling the idea. The moment you play the soprano line, the first line, or the moment you sing the first line, Yamatena, already you should be selling the idea on how it should be done. There's never a time where we're saying we are doing it for learning it, sizoyilungisa, sizoyibona. The idea should be embedded. Why is that important? It is not easy, sometimes almost impossible, to get 60 people to be well blended in mind and in heart. It's always not easy. Even from the audiographic output, it's not easy to get them to blend. Because this thing that we call blending has not to do with the type of voice only. It has to do with a simple thing like choir, we are singing P here. And there's 10 sopranos and they must sing P. And then you must find that out of all these 10 sopranos, their P must be the same. Before you even think of making them the same with the tenors, that P must be the same. So that cannot be easy to blend that. Another form of blending is blending through duration. Duration of notes itself. I said some of these things might be too basic and maybe a bit boring, but I think these are the things that keeps us going. This note should be sustained for 4 counts. Once again, 10 sopranos. one of them just decides to elongate just a little bit, 10.5, for 4.5. It also borders on improper blending. Are we clear, colleagues? Interpretation, or what we call dramatic expression in music. Dramatic expression in music also should be well blended because we're speaking to a choir. And now that we're doing oratorio, remember, oratorio, unlike opera, the choir is the main character. The choir is the main character. You might be doing something from Elijah or doing a work from Elijah. But when you look at it, the main character here is who? Is the choir. You might be doing something from Magnificat by Schubert. Magnificat anima meo. It's the choir. The entire choir represents Mary. So these are the things that should then make us say, no, it's really important for us to be well blended or to blend well in whatever it is that we present. Thank you. Yeah, as Babu Zungu said, please feel free to raise up your hand, comment, or ask questions. Right. So quickly about oratorio, we can go to the next one. Quickly about oratorio. So English does a lot of things, and it takes words and it does whatever it wants with words. The word orare in Latin, it means to pray. Orare, or to speak, speak in a pleading manner. And then they took that word and then they created a room and they called the room an oratory. So that room, they call it a room of prayer, oratory or oratory. So, and then when these guys came, whoever they were, came up with this genre of oratorio, they took the same name and said, we'll use this name to represent this genre. So it's a special genre of praise, or a special genre that we use for praying. And this genre is simple. It's just simply based on liturgical masses and biblical things. But before we I don't know if you were able to play something there to be playable.
Okay.
I had put something there. I don't know if it's going to be.
What would you like to play?
Let's do the Magnificat.
Okay. Online.
Yes. So while we're doing it, Dr. John, I will ask you to come here. Here's my copy, if it's not on it yet.
Schubert.
Yes. Yeah, that's the first one. Before you played that one, not that one. Yeah, before we played. So, we are still talking, by the way. So, in this Bible verse, Luke 1, 46 to 55, so the Bible says, this woman, or this young lady, this young virgin, gets the news from the angel Gabriel that you are going to conceive a son. You're going to have a son. So she's ecstatic, and she goes to see her relative, Elizabeth. And he gets to Elizabeth, he gives Elizabeth the news. And by that time, Elizabeth is also pregnant with John the Baptist. But this one is too ecstatic about the news. She's elated. She's elated about the news. It also has an element of surprise to it because she doesn't know a man, as the Bible says. And she doesn't know anything that has to do with a man. But she's going to have a son. She's going to give birth to the son. And this is what she says. No, it doesn't say husband.
Where's the sound? Okay, I'll ask him as soon after this.
So I just wanted to play just the beginning of that. To say, oratorio, the level of expression is also required. Because remember, these people were also driving we are driving a certain biblical narrative. So we need to drive it in a much more expressive manner, in a much more clearer manner with how we do things. And here's the difficulty about it. With opera, let's do the difference. Let's get the difference. Opera has acting. Opera has movements. Opera has props. Opera has what? Costume, right? But oratorio, you've got none of those things. With oratorio, yes, lately many directors are trying to do a theatrical versions of oratorios, but in the truest form of oratorio, you do not have all of. So we can go back to the slide. So you've got none of those. You rely solely on vocal production or vocal projection. Let's wait a bit. Yeah, just the previous slide for the last time. Yeah. Yes. Does it have the guno? Do you have the guno? Yeah. Sanctus.
Should I find it here?
So, I'm going to ask Brajoni just to play just a few bars, opening bars of Sanctus. So, each and every composer obviously had their own way of driving this narrative. Each and every composer, from all the different, what do we call them, periods, from all these different periods, from the father, or who's referred to as the father of Oratorio, Carissimi himself, or Carissimi himself, up to the composers that we have now. Each and every one of them left their own footprint in terms of driving this own this narrative. Gounod, we know Gounod also to be writing operas. Gounod wrote Faust. He wrote Romeo and Juliet. He wrote a number of operas. But we know him, what is it that we know him with a lot? We know him with lyricism, what we call lyricism. So lyricism is one of the three main pillars of oratorio. One of the three main pillars of oratorio. The first one obviously being emotional range. The second one being lyricism. So what is lyricism? Lyricism, as you can hear, the word goes to lyrics. Right? It says the ability to use text in a meaningful manner, be it in poetry or be it in writing music, but it is that ability to use text in a meaningful manner. So, kusho ukuthi, when we think of something lyrical or something lyric, it's something that is not disturbed or distracted by other aspects of sound, such that the attention is taken away or is drawn away from the text or from the importance of text. I don't know if I need to repeat that. Ne? You get it? Ne? So, lyricism, or when we say something is lyric, ne, is when you're ensuring that in your delivery, you are ensuring that other aspects of sound or other aspects of music do not take away or do not draw away attention from the importance of what or delivering the lyrics or expressing the text. So when he says, Sanctus, Sanctus, it's in a way that says, the voice itself, in fact, even before you talk about the voice, talk about the line itself, how he wrote the line. He writes the line in a way that it does not have a lot of disturbances. Listen to what the accompaniment does. Can you do that accompaniment right from where the tenor sings or the soprano sings? So nothing at all that disturbs our lyricism in this way. So it becomes the conductor's prerogative as well to say, even Namige, I should not invite problems to my performance by making this bravura, by making this big in a way that will take away the meaning from this. Are we still good? Can you go to the next slide?
Good morning to everyone. Mr. Moise, I heard you were talking about three pillars of oratorio. I don't know whether I'll say fortunately or unfortunately I got to understand two. The emotional range part of it and the lyricism part of it. Then I'm somewhere lost about that third one. Can you please just touch a little bit on that? Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, emotional range. I haven't even talked about emotional range. I was still going to speak to each and every one of those pillars. So emotional range, and we just spoke about lyricism here. And then the next one is the narrative, the religious narrative. It's the religious narrative. So, this religious narrative obviously stems from the biblical stories that we're pushing, that the composers were pushing, and also the issues of moral upkeep on how the songs would be composed against the biblical text. Right. Next one, please. Yes, thank you. Good. So, these setups of oratorio are quite many. And I will mention a few. I will not be able to mention all of them. You've got liturgical masses that are based on whether you've got requiems, requiem for the dead, or a requiem that speaks to theology and the spiritual upkeep of a human being, like Brahms' German Requiem. You have speaks about the mother, the standing mother, the weeping during the crucifixion of her son. So you've got a number of those. We've got the which are quite short in nature, built on 3 movements only. Magnificat, the Posuit, going into Gloria Patri. And you also have these biblical narratives like Bo, Elijah, that we find, like Handel's Messiah, you know. So we've got those. That's how for you. Can we look at how lovely, Mr. Manamela, the German Requiem? Oh, using this one. Yeah. Can you just do the intro for us? Thank you, Tete Manamela. So we'll still go further about it. So I know we haven't started talking about music, and I'm also itching to talk about music. We are still brushing up the things here. But I guess I think it's important for us to understand the narrative first, you know, before we go into the music. So this one says it's okay. I see you are talking. I see who Verdi, or Mozart. You are talking about the Requiem for the dead. You are praying for the dead, and you are pleading to God. Make sure that they're not swallowed, but mouth of Tartarus. Make sure that they don't get burned, and all of those dies irae, everything. I see all that, but I see something different. From my own theological perspective, I see something different. And in my Requiem, I see us looking forward to eternal rest in heaven. I see us being in hell while on earth. So us living in the chaos of this earth cannot be compared to heaven, where we're going. So for him, it is that looking forward to it. So it doesn't say when they're dead, they might go to a wrong place. There's no, look forward to the other part. And listen to the music. Thank you. So even as to how we'll be singing it, we sing it looking forward to something that is not tangible. We've never been to heaven. We don't know how heaven looks like. We don't know what's happening in heaven. But we're looking forward to this thing. We are holding on to this fantasy that, if you allow me to call it fantasy for now, because we don't know what it's like. Still on that, I'd like us to look at the journey. On the same one, you go to bar 48. I don't know if it's 48 on your, My Soul Longeth. Yeah, you can just start there. So in this part, he says, my soul longeth and fainteth. But when you say my soul, Sydney has got his own soul. I've got my own soul. You've got your own soul. And at the end of the day, we are not going back to heaven together as a group. Omunye no munye is going there. And he uses this as reason, or he justifies his. It's not a fugue. It's a bit of a stretto. This part comes by itself. 10 basses first. He longeth and fainteth, and he longeth and. But obviously, we are doing it in German, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Can we go to the next slide? Give it a bit. Maybe it's time to go. It's time for me to sit down. No, give it a bit. It's up. Hello? Okay. The quando corpus. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same one. It's on the same one. So, I don't know if we have quando corpus moriatur. Because while we talk about this, we're just trying to quickly outline the different setups. We've done now the German Requiem. Now we move on to the Stabat Mater, and then when you get to the Stabat Mater, you find the last movement, the Quando Corpus Morietur. So once again, this is based on a certain biblical story, but it has got its own theological views about life. Because this person, Mary, is praying for the son. It says, Quando corpus morietur. So when my soul here expire, so when my body here expire, allow my soul to be with you in the glory of paradise. But this part of the body expiring, it's the part that for us, then even in the nature of music, will never come out the way you view paradise. It will never come out that way. Whether from the singing point of view or from the compositional point of view. Can we go, Tate Johnny? This is Rossini. From that part 9, can you listen to it again? I'm going to ask him to play it twice. Can you play it slower from bar 9? The 3 part there. See, yes. So like this. So 1, 2. Up to there. Please play it with a C natural on the soprano. Yeah, where there's a C flat, play it with a C natural. Now go to the original version. So, Rossini obviously was one of those guys, musne, bo Verdi, lebo Donizetti, lebo Mamang, who were really very much passionate about Latin expression. Even in oratorio, they would still think operatic. So the words such as morietur, meaning to expire, he would try to put the note in a way that you feel that this is what it does. But that, what does it mean for the conductor? What does it mean for us as choristers? It means one, yes, we have to sing that note correctly. That's number one. It must be a proper C flat. You must sing it correctly. But number two, it means in the context of harmony, we must understand this thing that is called harmonic configuration. So, kungabi nje harmony ukuthi it sounds correct, but it sounds correct in a way. How this chord behaved when he played with a C natural, it sounded correct, but it did not behave the same way as this one. So this another composer's writing, but because of the context here, it is the way in which it must behave even when they sing it. Da, di, di. So the whole chord, we need to have proper harmonic configuration. Just slightly on this one, just to amuse us a bit, entertain. From bar 28, let's go to 28, bar 28. So I want to go there now. So no, it's fine. It's fine. I'm very old school. So I want you to look at, if you can see from the back, you look at the music at bar 29, right? And look at the music at bar 31, right? You see. So now, I want us, even if we see that similarity, I want us to also get the similarity or the relationship between the two chords there. Oh, from 28 again. This chord at bar 31 must not just be done correctly, but in isolation from the one at 29. So those are the part of elements of harmonic configuration as well. I'm going to move in a little bit faster. Can we go to the next slide, please? I'm still waiting for questions and comments and additions. Right. So, yeah. So when I made mention of the fact that unlike opera, oratorio, or with oratorio, the choir is the main character. So the choir plays a very, very crucial role. Yes, we have solos. Oratorio, we have arias, or what do you call it, recitativo. We have them, but the choir plays a huge role. I think we can just from the playing point of view, prepare the Elijah, the Hilfer, the opening. So once, I think this is my second last point. Once again, from a biblical narrative now, because we spoke about the Requiems, we spoke about the Stabat Mater, now we go into the biblical narratives. The story of the prophet Elijah. Prophet Elijah, children of northern Israel, same thing they did when Moses went up to fetch the 10 Commandments. They were like, that guy went on for too long. And then when he came back, they were worshipping idols. So here it's worse. Now it's the thing, into your corner, mind you, we're just worshipping idols. We don't have time for this God. But this God sends this guy. But he sends the guy that they don't like the most. This prophet Elijah, because he's very strict. But he tells them that you guys are playing with fire here. With what we're doing, we need to stop. And the punishment comes very soon. And the punishment is drought. Is drought. They don't have rain for a long time. Summer is here, they don't have rain. People are harvesting, they don't have rain. And that's what, in a nutshell, that is the story of Elijah's Mendelssohn. And in the first chorus, after the overture, in the first chorus, the children of Israel, the main character, not Elijah, the main character, are saying to God, help, God, help, have you abandoned us? What's going on here? Can we hear it? Just pause it there. I don't know. So sorry that we don't have volume just yet. We're busy sorting it out. So that is the opening, with everyone going, Heel fair, heel fair. Once again, because we are here for choir, and we are here also as conductors. You can come in. So once again, it is important for us as conductors or choirs to note the subtle differences between certain songs that might have certain similarities. When you hear the song, someone might start thinking of Zadok the priest. Say, yeah, but it's that vibe, man. It's that vibe. But this one, the difference, these people are crying. These people are crying. Because when you start tenors there, you know that it's not a comfortable area for the tenors to be singing, especially in a choir. They will either scream their lungs out, or when they got it right, then you will hear the actual cry in the music. But it can never be a heroic or a moment or a heroic praise moment. Can we just do it once again? Go from there, from the beginning again? Yeah. And it's not UEFA. Thank you. Aha. So, as I draw to a close, with music now. Composition tools in with our oratorio or in our oratorios. Singasugila will still play this.
Okay.
Yeah, play what comes next. I'll mention just the two for now. There's what we call, it's pronounced differently. Some might say chorale or chorale. It's chorale. Chorale. It's chorale with an E at the end. And yeah, chorale. And there's fugue. Let's talk about, you can write the fugue. We have fugues. So the composers, in a nutshell, would use the combination of the two. Let's talk about the chorale first. The chorale, it is something that came with, did not come with him, but he made it popular, Johann Sebastian Bach, because most composers would refer to him in that style. It's when the choir sings homophonically in a hymnal kind of manner. So it's more like there's a melody there with the sopranos, and the composer takes everything that sopranos are doing in terms of note values or in terms of duration of notes and align all the voice parts like that with a few passing notes. But when you listen to it, you hear, oh, this thing is just moving like that in blocks. But also what chorale can mean. It can mean that there's a melody somewhere, but the melody is not in the choir. There can be a melody somewhere, but the melody is not in the choir. Okay, let's go out of this room a little bit, out of TMF a little bit. And say, dum, dum, da-dum, dum, dum, da-dum, dum, 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 dum. You hear that's credo from Coronation Mass. Ne? That's where the melody is. It's not with the choir. The choir doesn't credo in uno. The melody is somewhere there. Once again, out of this room, tam, tararam, tararam, tam, 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 calm and tranquil. The melody is not with the choir. The melody is with the what? With the accompaniment. Same with Jesu joy of man's desiring. The melody is not in the choir. It's where? It's with the accompaniment. But those are the greatest elements of chorale. And the guy that I just mentioned now, Johann Sebastian Bach, is the pioneer behind that. So we find such music also even in the piece that will play. So just be aware that when you are there, find the melody. Where's the melody? If you cannot find it in the choir, the melody should be somewhere in the accompaniment. But what the choir should be doing should always give us a pastoral and hymnal feel of what is going on there. And the second one, I said chorale and one fugue. Ne? So there's three things so that we don't get confused. We have a fugue. And there's what they call fugato. And there's a stretto. So the fugue is the main guy, is the big one. So fugue is when now the choir, or one part of the choir, introduces a subject, sings a subject, and the other part comes in with a counter subject, and the next part comes in with an answer. So the choir will sing in a polyphonic nature or in counterpoint. But at the end, obviously the aim is for the choir to come together or come back together again in a homophonic kind of texture. Can we hear one of the examples of a fugue here? Dezungu. But just like any other story, colleagues, the fact that it is a fugue, it does not mean that there must be chaos in terms of sound. Number two, the fact that it's a fugue, it is important for us to understand sithini fugue, so that we understand how each and every voice part should manage their entry. So that each and every voice part should manage their entry. So I will read what these ones were saying. They're saying, Die Ernste ist vergangen, der Sommer ist dahin und uns ist keine Hilfe gekommen. So they say, the harvest is gone and the summer is here, but still no help for us. So it's not a happy moment. So even how we approach it in a way that is still pleading to God to give us rain. Colleagues, I'm going to pause here for if you have any questions and comments. You can go back to the
slides. Thank you very much. Lyricism.
Yes.
The importance of text. Does then the texture of the sound have a role to play on delivering lyricism to its effective, for the performer to be very effective? The texture of the sound.
Before I answer that, any other question? Or before we answer that. Before we answer that. Can I take the next one? I'm just checking if I can cover the most. Any other question? So, thank you, Prof. So Prof is asking if the texture of the sound is important for lyricism. So, and it's quite a good question and a tricky one, because, as I said earlier on, we are dealing with 60 people or 70 people, and sometimes when you make everyone keep quiet in your choir and you just select 3, 3, 3, 3, and you've got 12 voices and you listen to them, you sort of like, but this is what I want. But when you guys are singing together, I'm not getting it. Because obviously it's that thing of quantity versus quality as well. Again, it is that one thing that drives us to be relentless in our pursuit to get the right texture that we want from the choir. Or maybe let me use the word timbre, that we want from the choir. To say, if I was singing this thing alone as a soloist, or someone singing it alone, this is the type of sound that will be desired for this. So let not the sound of 150 people spoil or stand in the way of lyricism, because then expressivity will be out of the window, as we said. People in the opera field, they have fachs, and they have what they call the lyric soprano and a lyric tenor somewhere. Yes, it might be something different, but when you listen to a proper lyric soprano, a lyric tenor, there's some relation to this. Because then that one with a much more dramatic voice, you hear more sound. You tend to hear more sound. You tend to hear more drama than the textual expression itself. But the one with a lyric kind of sound, you tend to hear text. You tend to hear expressivity. You tend to hear different colors of sound whenever they are required. Because in this type of music, we are not doing Baroque only. I mean, we're going up to Romantic. So one song might have up to about 3-4 colors. I mean, if we were to do Libera Domine now by Verdi, you will hear a lot of colors from the beginning until the end. So that is important, really, really, Prof, so that we don't take away the meaning. We don't take the meaning away from the words themselves. Colleagues, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mwaisi, for that wonderful presentation. It's always nice to be reminded of things we are beginning to forget. And I used to teach him, by the way. I used to teach him. But when education is really working, as a teacher, you are learning also. So we're very proud of you. Thank you so much. And I think he has covered a lot about oratorio. Let's see what is next. Is my program. Is the Rossini? Okay. This looks different. I'm looking for our program. All right, I don't see where I've saved my program. Is it Rossini? Okay, all right. But before we go to Rossini, Mwaisi said something about Schubert, and then there's a conductor who just sent me a question on the Schubert. So can you quickly go to the Schubert? No, not Schubert, it's Gounod. Gounod. Sanctus. Yeah. All right. What happened here, we just got or collected the scores because this music has been done in the past. And then, but for the purposes of TMF, we realized that in bar 8 to 12, it is saying tenor 1 and tenor 2. But that can also be a tenor soloist. So that whole section could be done by a tenor soloist. And it's the same thing on bar 37 to bar 56. Yes. So this whole section can be done by a tenor soloist or a soprano soloist. So it's going to depend on the strength of your soloist in the choir. And I've also had in a performance where they will change. At first it's the tenor soloist, and then later on it's the soprano soloist. So our job is to just listen to the performance. All of those things are acceptable, but it's up to you how you cast those singers, because they mustn't compromise you, but they must add value to what you are doing. So a question at home, I think we have covered it. All right, now I'm gonna move straight to Rossini. All right, but before we go and talk about Rossini, there's also Mozart and Haydn that we have prescribed, and those pieces are coming from the classical period. So this is what we listen for. The classical period, it's so well defined. So in the sonata form is normally the tool of composition technique that is used in the classical period. So you find the sonata form is the first movement of the symphony or the sonata. You find the sonata form, it has got three legs: the exposition, the development, and recapitulation. So the exposition, that's where the composer is telling us what is it that we find in this music, or what is it that we're gonna expect. So before going any further, can you find the Mozart Ave Verum? Because Moise also touched on this. Yes, you call it what? Chorale, but there was another word you use, poly something. Homophonic. I almost say something else when I say that word, so that is why I don't normally use it. I fear I'm going to say something else, and then I just let it go. Yeah, so what happens there, I think the key is D major, right? And then the classical music will always have a key, and then because of the exposition, we get to know, okay, it will go a fifth above. So that will be on what? D going to fifth above will be A. So it's going to go to A. And then the development is going to bring about many different keys, because that's where the composer is showing off his ingenuity. You know, what am I made out of? And then after that whole development is going to do recapitulation. So that's where the word recap comes from. The whole word is recapitulation. And then it's going to remind you, oh, by the way, we started like this. Now we're going to finish like this, but I'm going to add something at the end, like the tail. All right. So you have it. So conductors at home and also here, it's a cut time. But it doesn't really mean that you have to do it in two. You just do the music. So can I have the A? So this will be my take. I will do it in 4, 3, 4. That's my take. All right, we are on A major, right? No, you're on D major. So it's telling you, can you just play the first melody line? Listen to what the soprano is saying. You get it? And then we just need to hear those chromatics so succinctly and clear. So if you have to work on music like this, all of these notes, you know, which are decorative, we want to hear them. And then it's going to go to A at some point. Can you find when it transitions to A? Somebody doing it? I'm singing the mezzo. So in other words, the conductor, you need to know each and every part, all of those voices, right? And then it's going to go now to minor. There's an F there, an F minor something. Yeah. I can sing the tenor or bass. I'm singing the bass. So sitting down as an adjudicator, I want to hear all of these keys, that the intonation is so correct. You know what I mean? So, in other words, when you study, also look at all of those points where the music changes, because it's part of the sonata form. You must know all of these keys, because one note or wrong modulations or transitions, we can actually tell where the music is, right? All right, there's also Haydn, which is in German, and then if you are not sure, just send me or us a voice note. I'm not sure how to pronounce this, right? And then there's one word that people always mispronounce. When you see an O with an umlaut, you pronounce it as U. You never say O. It could be U-B-E-R. You say Ube. You're not saying Uber like Uber, the one we take, You use the vowel E, but the lips are saying U, and then you have U, right? So just call us and then we'll send you a voice note on that. So, but we've done a lot of Mozart, so we won't spend a lot of time on the Mozart and the Haydn, unless there are more questions about that. All right, now, so let's talk a little bit about Rossini. I'm in trouble. Oh, thanking I am. Here we go. All right, I'm a little bit taller. Can I do this? Yes, please. All right, you remember when we were young and people will ask, who's your favorite composer? So can I ask, who's your favorite composer? Yeah, let's say Western. With Donizetti. Okay, I didn't say that. What about you, sir? Schubert. Wow, okay. What about you? Wagner. Right. That's very heavy. You know, when I was young, my favorite composer was Tchaikovsky, because I was singing an aria by Tchaikovsky, so my research ended there with Tchaikovsky. But the more I get old, I'm like, actually Rossini is my favorite composer ever. So I've done a lot of his masses, I've done a lot of his operas. La Cenerentola was the first opera I ever conducted by Rossini. Il Barbiere di Sevilla, the first opera I saw of Rossini, and it was prescribed a lot in NCF. So why do I love Rossini much? You know, his music for me, the energy, and the energy is something you cannot quantify unless you start doing the music. So this year we were doing Largo, right? And then just amazing to hear that aria being sung by young learners. So there's something about the energy. All right. So he's combining the operatic elements with traditional sacred music forms. Operatic elements. So let me just go straight to, let's find, oh, yeah, I'm going to go to Andrew's Day. All right, can you play the scale for me? But separately, bam, 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 bam. So listen to the scale. Can you sing it? Play it again. Do you think that's opera or sacred music? You think it's opera? Yeah, most of the time we'll say it's opera, but it's actually sacred music, the Agnus Dei. So he's taking those elements of opera and then you put them in sacred music. Can you just give me an A major, please? Do you know this? From Il Barbiere di Sevilla. So when you listen to that scale, it's the similar thing, but this is sacred. So that is what we are trying to say. And then he employs the melodic motifs, like in Sempiterna, the dynamic contrast. Okay, let's go to Sempiterna. I think it's here. What I try and do is I play the soprano. Yeah, soprano line until it ends. So Moise earlier on was talking about the fugue, right? So the fugue will have a subject, and then that subject will be done in a contrapuntal manner. It will be taken by somebody else, right? Okay, so this is Sempiterna. So I'm gonna give you 3, 4, and. Okay, let me get another one that is not as complicated. Maybe from this one. All right. And stop there. And play the alto. Right there. Right where the soprano stops. Okay. I don't think I'm getting it right. Sorry. It's gonna go until amen, and then the alto is gonna start there. All right. All alto is gonna start there. Okay. So listen to how he's constructing the fugue. Okay, the soprano will start. And then the alto. Soprano. You get it? So while they're doing in Sempiterna say kula, but others are doing ah. So right where the fugue starts, so gonna play the amen by who? That the tenor. All right. So the tenor line now. You get it? And then they're gonna start with in Sempiterna. So this is what we call a double fugue. So this piece will have a double fugue. So the first fugue is by the soprano. The second fugue is by the tenor. And then it's gonna be joined by the alto, taking the first fugue. The bass is coming in doing this, the fugue, the second fugue. Right. So that is what I'm trying to say with that. Can I have the next one? All right. So for those of you who are doing the Messa Solennelle, so the Messa Solennelle, we have chosen the Kyrie, and we combined it with Agnus Dei, right? Originally, the score had 2 pianos, right? And later on, it was a piano and a harmonium. Have you ever seen the harmonium? You know, that small kind of piano thing, and then you always do this to put in the air, you play them. And the Indian musicians are using a lot, the Indian classical music. So you had a piano and a harmonium. So the piano provides an ostinato. What is an ostinato? So right in the beginning of this book, now conductors, it might be written 4/4, but it's much slower. And then they tell us about the quaver. So when you look at the music, pay attention to that. So for example, I'm gonna do it in 8, right in the beginning. So this will be my tempo. 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, off. 5, 6, 7, off. You get it? So let me do it again. 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, off. 5, 6, 7, off. You get it? Now we're gonna have the ostinato, which is provided by the piano. Okay, I'm still in 7, 8 right there. Okay, 7, 8. 1, ostinato. Bam, bam, beep, bam, 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 biram, bam, bam, biram, bam, bam, biram. You get it? So the ostinato will give this energy, whereas the other hand is doing what? The right hand? You get it? So, but the energy is in the ostinato. And the conductor is very important that you keep on doing the 8. So it's my suggestion, if you can do it in 4, it's fine. For example, let's do the first bar in 8, but after that I'm gonna do it in 4, right? Okay, 7, 8, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. It still works, right? It still works, but it's gonna take a lot of energy. But my style, I will prefer it in 8. So jump all the way to Agnus Dei. So now we are kind of going back to that recapitulation we were talking about. But now Rossini expands it. So it's no longer in one work, but it's in all of these movements. What was happening in the beginning is what's happening at the end. Okay, it's the last piece. Yeah. And now, listen to this. I'm gonna do it in 8 again. Okay, ready? 7, 8. 1, bam, 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 bam. Not yet, there was a boom somewhere. Bam, off, and 1, and bam, and bam. Not yet. Yeah, you get it. Yeah, on 7. Okay, ready? And 1, and bam, bram, 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 bam, bram, 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 and 1, 2, and F, bam, bam, and ba, ba, bam, and ba, 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 ba. You get it? So think of 8 in all of those. Every time you see Rossini, it's giving you a 4/4, but there's another instruction about a quaver. Think of quavers. So that will be Rossini for you. All right. Okay. Conductors, when you work, thank you. When you work with your choir, always imagine yourself on stage. How will you approach this and that? You do that during the rehearsal, right? So the most important thing, actually, like when you start studying your score, you do it by yourself. You imagine the rehearsal. When you start rehearsing, you imagine the performance. And then when the performance is by the piano, you imagine the orchestra. You get it? So that you don't come to the conductor's briefing only to find that you were doing things wrongly, and they become very difficult to fix when we only have 20 minutes to work on your piece. You get it? All right. It's a very large orchestra, 3 flutes. Normally we have 2 for the Romantic period. 2 oboes, 2 clarinets, 3 bassoons. We normally have 2 bassoons, but now he's giving us 3, 4 horns, 4 trumpets. We normally have 2, but now we have 4. 3 trombones, that's okay, and then tuba. And then we have a lot of strings, of course, and then it's a huge orchestra. So let's move on to the next slide. All right, so what I was doing, I was giving you all of those tips. And then when you conduct the fugue and the phrase, you just need to know who's coming in when. It's amen, amen. Another one is so you just have to know your fugue. Who's starting the fugue? Who's finishing the fugue? All right. Who's taking the second fugue and so forth? All right. And then, yes, please.
Also, if I may add, colleagues. Oh, sorry. Also, if I may add that with the fugue, it is important also to identify the line that drives the energy of the fugue. It is very important. And then the line that serves as a reference point, especially when everyone is now coming together and you have this polyphonic texture, you need to always hear the line that gives reference and also that provides energy, that driving force.
Yes, that's very true. That's very true. Keep that in mind. And then your gestures, even when we are working with the piano, but you must be thinking of the orchestra, right? And mind the subdivision. So the subdivisions is what I was doing now. Although the music is written 4/4, but when you studied it further, you find that it's 8, not 4. You count 8 quavers. Take, for example, Largo. It's C major, wasn't it? Yeah, C major. But you have 6/8, right, in Largo? But it says Allegro. So because it's Allegro, you're thinking 2. 1, 2. Largo, Largo. You get it? Although it's 6/8, it's not Largo, Fato. You're not doing that kind of a 6. It's fast. All right. Can I have another one? All right. So before I talk about discography, there is another piece that we have prescribed. It's called Et Resurrexit. And when we prescribed this piece, at first we said credo, right? Et Resurrexit is part of credo, right? You can say credo in omnium Deo at some point. Et Resurrexit, is part of it. But Rossini decided to separate Et Resurrexit as if it's another number on its own. So that's where the confusion happened. So we wrote credo, but when you look at the score, it's Et Resurrexit. They are both correct. It's just Rossini decided to use it as a specific number at Resurrexit. And I find it to be one of the best pieces we've prescribed. And I was surprised that it took a long time before many people can choose the piece. You know, sometimes we'll never dictate, no, choose this one. You just let it go. And until people, they find their own magic. Okay, what's happening there at Resurrexit? Can you find it? It's number, yeah. Okay, let me start with the Can you just play the opening verse of Ad Vitam? And stop there. And then just the line only. Is it the soprano that is singing that? And stop there. So when is the second voice coming in? Okay, there. So now it's a fugue, but much shorter. It's what we call a stretto. Because now you have ed, fit, da, da, dan, dam. So the fugue is much longer. So let's play the first line again. So I'm going to do it a little bit faster. Just the voice. One and ed, fit, da, vetore, secole, amen, amen. Stop there. And then the second voice, when they come in, 1, 2, and da, da, be, di, da, da. Okay, so that is the second voice. So they do not even finish for the end of the phrase, of the fugue. So this one, the conductor needs to be, just change your thinking a little bit that you might not have enough time. So the fugue here is much faster. It's becoming what we call a stretto, right? A study, a discography, a study cataloging of published sounds recording and videos recordings, often by specified artists or within identified music genres. So why am I talking about this? I teach voice, and then if my vocal students listen to wrong singers, I can always hear it. Okay, he was listening to a wrong singer. That is why there's a tremolo in the sound. There are wrong habits, right? So the discography is a study that is very important. Which recordings are you listening to? Because not everything online is legit. Not everything online is correct, right? So we all have a challenge, actually, when it comes to the African compositions. Because I was looking for Newell CBC's songs who have sung it, and a very old recording, and then things that are not quite correct, all right? So you find things, and I won't speak much because some of these people are my friends, but, you know, yeah, so there's still a lot of work to be done. Now, I don't know if you can go online and find, yeah, let's look for, no, I don't think we'll find it here. Unfortunately, we have to close. Let me close it. Conductor was Covent Garden. Yes. Let me go for Papano. Yeah. So I'm just going to play something small. It won't be too long. He happens to be one of the best opera conductors, this one. He was conducting the Covent Garden Opera House for many years, but now he's conducting the London Symphony Orchestra. Great composer, great conductor, sorry. Do you recognize this melody? So for those of you who are doing in sempiterna, it's there. So this is in the beginning of the Stabat Mater. And then Rossini brings back that melody before in sempiterna. Actually, right in sempiterna. Tirompane is going to be the choir, so it's not the quartet. Should I stop or continue a little bit? First fugue. Second. First fugue again. Second fugue. Double fugue. Since I'm suggesting, this is one of the best conductors you can listen to, not only for oratorio, but he never does something that is substandard in everything. So you can listen to another one by name of Riccardo Chiaili, is also very good. And then if there are other names we are not sure about, just send us a text. We will advise if they are legit enough. So that's about discography. Now, in the standard section, there are two pieces by Donizetti, and then it's the same character. So when we prescribe, we always say, these pieces are a little bit heavy, but there are choirs who want to be challenged more, who are ready maybe to go to large section. So the Donizetti is designed for that. The people who are legs into the heavy, whenever it comes, it is heavy. Now, you will remember that Donizetti and Rossini are known as Belcanto composers. So the name Belcanto means beautiful singing. So before anything else, the singing must be beautiful, right? You could be bravura, you could do whatever, but the singing, as the colleagues are saying, is the most important thing, because oratorio, the character is the choir. So you have to invest on the choir sound so that you'll be able to meet the demands of this. Or there's also, I think I will stop there unless I'm forgetting something, colleagues, or the questions from the floor. Yes.
And also a bit of a rat, but I think you might have noticed Moria Eterna, Donizetti on the DS era, that bar 6 of it, everything is written confutatis maledictis, for alt not sing, they must not sing, confutatis or it text ehlukile.
Yes, there you have it. And I know there's Verdi also, but it was prescribed a few years ago. So what was it? In the Requiem in the beginning in a cappella. And so any more questions from the floor? All right, thank you. So we're gonna move on to the facilitated by Ms. Nomtandazo, a rose among the thorns.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna most of these elements that the colleagues have raised in terms of what is required in the music in general. For instance, Mr. Moaisi has touched a number of things in terms of the fugal elements that are there in the music, which also appears in the Puccini music. So there are a number of things that are similar in the different types of music that we are looking at. Okay, right. With the background of Puccini, the background of Puccini. Puccini is a romantic composer, and his influences dates back from Verdi and Wagner. He studied composition. He was very young at that particular time. He was very young, and his influence was mainly on the operatic music. It was more on the opera, and hence there is that influence and elements that touches base with Verdi and Wagner. And then in this mass, this is the mass that Puccini wrote at his early stages. Sorry, let me just check something. Yes. And then he created a beautiful musical sound, which was very unique and evocative. And then he explored a number of things. He explored a wide range of emotions and other musical ideas. And then at that particular time, the orchestral sizes, the size of the different orchestras, it was slightly bigger than the orchestras that they used to have in previous genres. Right. Okay. Then I won't touch mainly on the history that much, but I will touch specifically on what is required in the music. Right. The music is based on the Catholic liturgy. And why is based on the Catholic liturgy? Because Puccini is an Italian composer. He's an Italian composer, and his background, actually, he had touched base with the church. So his family was very, it was very active in the church space. So hence, he had that element, that attachment with the church, which means the influence of the church is also there. Hence, the music is a liturgical music, right? And then in this music, you see a polyphonic rhythms. You can see in the music. If you look at Kyrie, let's look at we look at Kyrie. When you look at Kyrie, it is basically about the church. Kyrie, Lord have mercy. So it's a confession that is done by people to Christ, to God, that we have sinned, confessing to God, we have sinned, we have failed, and so we need repentance. Right. So the first section, the introduction, when you look at the introduction of the music, in this particular section, you can see all the elements that are there in Kyrie, in the accompaniment part. So the introduction on its own, it describes how the music goes, how the music is going to be. Before you come in, I think Umaisi raised something that says, at times we have a particular singer or a choir that is prominent or is doing the melodic line of the music. But in this setting of these particular songs, also the focus is on the accompaniment side. So when you play the introduction of this particular music, you will feel some of these section, you'll find the different sections, the different elements, the fugal points in the music. You'll find it in the accompaniment. I'll request Mr. Johnny to just play the accompaniment of this particular music, Kyrie, so that we can just have a feel of the music, how it goes. Legato, yes. It's not.
Yeah, like that.
Right, okay, can we stop there? So if you have looked at the music, or if you are going to do this particular music, so you must be, a conductor must have an idea of which part comes in when and how. And then it has expressive melodies. So if you can check the melodic line, when it's carried by the sopranos, it's also carried through by the next part, and it's carried through by another part. Okay, and then you can feel also the rich harmonies, the emotional depth that is in the music. Manzini, can you just play it in the Requiem? Yes. And then you can see the different themes that are highlighted in the music. When they start, Kyrie eleison, and then the next part takes over. And then, but what remains in the music, you can still feel the element of the operatic element in this particular music. You can see there's still what his signature is still there of the element of the opera. And then the multi-movement in terms of the structure, you can see there is multi-movements from different parts to the next part. Yeah. Now, because the Mass holds a deep spiritual significance in the music, so you have to be emotionally attached to the music and understand the connection between the worshippers, the connection between the spiritual aspect of the music. Can we just also, can you play one of the choirs? Uguti, it's easier when I do it when we are listening to something. It just becomes much more easier. That's the beginning. That's the beginning line, the first part. Call and response. Right. Now, each and every time, the music closes. when the other part comes in, the music closes, the other part takes over, the music closes. So each and every time there is that form of relay that you can see, you can feel in the music. So so the composer needs to close down the music, the conductor needs to close down the music, and then you start again. And it is calm. You can feel the setting, you can feel the ambience that this person is speaking to God, is talking to, confessing to God. So we need to hear those elements. And somebody was asking here that the lyrics, the text, how do you apply the text into the music? So we need, because this is only one line that is sung there. So there is a lot of repetition. So the only thing that happens, you check the melodic lines, you use the melodic lines to paint the song, to give different ambiances, to give different emotional structure, and also to paint the music in and gradually grow to and develop the music to its climax. So yes, and then can you continue from there, Baba? It comes back that the melody right at the beginning. Stretto that Moise was talking about in Barcelona, you can feel it. So you can feel even the accompaniment, it says there's the ba-da, and then it closes again. You can feel it, and there is a little bit of tension in this music. On the alto line, so you need to know where the melodic line lies. Now, there is a change of mood. It has been flowing all along. So now when it starts, when it comes to this particular section, it is dum-pum, because there are accents that the composer has added, so that the music, you can feel it, it's going somewhere, it's developing to its climax. Can you continue, Bob? So we need to feel those So all the characteristics dates back to also to the classical period. It dates back to the oratorio music, to the Baroque period. But there is some nice, beautiful singing. Ubabumuru Uzungu has raised the Belcanto singing, the flowing of the music, right? And then also, what I mentioned earlier on, that Puccini, he uses also the accompaniment to embellish or to highlight certain areas. So you can't distance yourself from the accompaniment side and just focus on the choir. Right, let's continue, Babuzong. Now, recapitulation. He recaps all what he has the variations that needs to be there. So you need to vary the music. It can't be the same as the beginning. And then the beautiful singing, beautiful flow. He spoke about blending of voices. So, you know, when choirs go to your high registers, we tend to go rough. So we need to blend those voices. They need to sync. They need to be together. Even when it comes to those fugal points, those voices need to be together. So we can't have which is all over the place. So the training, you know, what is sensitive with this music is too pure. It's clean. So if you have into a rough nje, it's gonna be sound very bad, yabo. And I know what at times, because Tina, we have these big and beautiful voices as Africans, so we tend to oversing. So we need to reduce singing. Our singing has to be reduced, has to be in a moderate kind of sound. And also, how you place your voices, the lilting sound. We need to have that lilting sound, that piercing sound, so that one can feel, can hear where we're going, where we're getting to. What are you saying? What are you talking about? What is it all about? If I'm saying, Lord, have mercy on me, how am I putting it? Whilst we are using the same lyrics. Okay, there's one, yes, can you continue the last piece that I need to So, now, then the difference between, I will only touch on the two songs. I'm sorry if someone is doing Credo, I won't go there because it's longer. No, it's going to take much longer to touch all the songs. So, immediately after this calmness, you go to Gloria. One, after this particular piece, when you jump to Gloria, there is no codal sound that you're going to hear. You're not going to get any chord to prepare you for the next piece. So your choir must be trained to understand the pitch that is required in the particular song, and the conductor must be prepared to start on the Gloria. Because immediately, da da dee da da ba 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 ba, and then the accompaniment, come, and then there's jubilation, there's excitement in this one. So you need to change the mood immediately. It changes to celebration, Gloria, Gloria, in excelsis Dei. So that shift from the other part to the next part, it has to be clearly, it has to be distinct and very clear. So you can't think one, because Angititina, when we do also these African pieces there too, you stop, you take your time, and then you start the next section, you wait. So in this one, you can't do that. So immediately when you stop there, you go Gloria, Gloria. And even the facial expression, how you express, how you do things, we need to see the change. We need to see the change in you. You know, we need to see the shift. But you still have to maintain that beautiful sound. And even the height, Gloria, Gloria, it sits there. It sits there. It flows. It still has that flowing movement. So you can't go Gloria, Gloria in a matching kind of a sound. Okay, right. Babuzung, can you just do Gloria? This type of music and the style of singing, I think when I looked at the music and also looked at our African music, there's a lot of composers who would like to maybe start with a particular part and then is joined by the next part. We understand here your sopranos, they set the tone, so we need to feel that Gloria, Gloria, in the heavens are opening, we praise God. It's glory to God. Gloria, Gloria. In excelsis. And then even the males, they don't go Gloria, Gloria. So it needs to have that light, that height. It must have that height. Gloria, Gloria. And then when you listen to the accompaniment, you can feel Uguti, it's playing the same thing in a way. But where there are spaces, you can see in preparation of, so each and every section, or when each part comes in, the accompaniment prepares that part to come in. Okay, right. Let's continue. The composer, you can see he puts them in a very okay. And then also the utilization of the dynamic markings. You can see the stresses, the dynamic markings. So those are the things I'm not going to touch base with, so because all of us, we can see the dynamic markings that are highlighted in the music. Right. Okay, after the separation of the different sections, parts, so then the whole group comes in to rejoice and praise the Lord. Okay, right. And then, now, I will just touch a little bit on the, okay, I just need, let's just finish this. Okay, I see Babuzung again. For the coming in of the parts. But fortunately in this one, there is a fermata that gives you time, but you can't hold it for a long time. So et in terra, it changes also the whole concept. Okay, there's calmness, there's peace, and so I know good to conductors and the long lines, the legato singing, the long lines you can feel in the et in terra. So conductors, I'm just saying to you, it's a very beautiful piece. It's a beautiful music, and it requires somebody to get into this music, get into it. Because when you get into it, you can feel the shift, the element of how a person in the church feels when you worship God. How your emotional attachment to your spirit is directed. Okay, and then Then we will go. I'll touch base a little bit on the credo, just a little bit. Credo, that's where you find the operatic elements in this particular piece, because now there is an introduction of the tenor solo and which is accompanied by the choir, and then also the bass solo, which represent a particular character. So there is a little bit of the shift in terms of the music in the credo. So can we just start at the beginning, Babu Zungu? Yes. And then there are contrasting sections in this. There's a contrast in sections in this particular music. And it also affirms the beliefs and the important event in Christ's life. So this one specifically speaks to the life of Christ. Remember, there are a lot of repetitions in this music. There are repetitions of the phrases where you start maybe with the same type of melodic line, harmonic structure, and then there's an interruption of or not interruption as such, but there's an accompaniment which serves as a continuation of what you have sung, and then it repeats again. So the variations of different movements, it has to be clearly highlighted. And then can we go to the solo part, Baba? The solo, I just want to so that they can just feel why am I saying it has that operatic So the music ends, it closes in preparation for the next section. Operatic feel you can feel in the sound, and the accompaniment you can see. Call and response. Can feel, Anget, you can feel the operatic kind of sound in the music, but you still have to maintain the beautiful, beautiful lines. Yes. So the virtuoso of and the brilliance of the music, of the voice, needs to be felt, because we need to have a person who has technique, who has beautiful technique, because it reaches high registers and then low registers, so it needs to have somebody who has a beautiful range, right, and clean sound. Okay, right. But the bottom line is blending all the way, uniformity of sound. Yeah, I think I'll stop here for the Puccini side, because I'm just doing that.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Siyabonga kakhulu. Kumem Solomon. Any questions, contributions? Oh, there's a question. Okay. Oh, but there's a question inside, Prof.
Yes.
He doesn't need one.
On the same credo that we just finished now, when the bass comes in on the adagio, at the end of that bass line is indicated tutti.
Yes.
When the adagio section comes to an end. Does it imply that the bass line is a solo?
Yes. I think there was a mistake by the typesetter, but the solo bass, yeah, I think it's 180 something. Yeah, so that's where the bass solo starts. That's correct. And there's a question from our members online, about the pronunciation of Latin. Maybe you can help us with that.
Yeah, normally, colleagues, we don't make a huge fuss or deal about it, as long as there is consistency with what you choose. If you are doing what we call French Latin, make sure that it is consistent throughout the piece. For example, we cannot hear you say, let's say you say Agnus Dei at the beginning, and then we say, okay, that's fine. And then along the way, we now hear you say Celi instead of Celi. So if you go with French Latin, you know that if it's Celi, you say Celi. If you say Celi, you say Celi. So it's about consistency. Two, we know that there is also, and I think we spoke a little bit at length about it at the beginning, to say some conductors have done and they've recorded, they've recorded their own pieces in a particular way. So one would say, no, but Mozart's performances always require German Latin or Italian Latin, which is not entirely true, because each and every conductor would choose the kind of Latin they want to do, as long as it is consistent. I think that is the most important thing. Yeah. Oh, can I just? Oh yeah. Sorry, just to. I'm not digressing. I'm just going back to what my colleague was presenting about. It's just two things. Puccini, in this sense, becomes the epitome of lyricism. Because if you think of Puccini also in opera, you think of his music as lyrical as you possibly can. So those beautiful lines, they become very, very much important. And two, and the last thing about it, him again as an operatic singer. And I think it does not apply to him as well, also in other composers like Verdi and Donizetti that we're doing. The Gloria, take Gloria for instance, it started by the females. But you can almost feel like he was writing it for a voice that is not just feminine, but also very light and lilting to a point of bana. If you have watched La Boheme or if you have done La Boheme, you notice that he's also able to write even for the children. But when he changes, when he switches off Gloria, ta-ta-ta-tam, going into the males, he doesn't just write for tenor and bass. He writes for the gender. He writes for the males. So you can hear that it moves from a lilting moment into a kind of matching kind of moment. So it would be nice to actually hear or explore these kind of contrasts.
There you have it. There you have it, colleagues. Oh, and also I noticed when Ms. Solomon was talking about the Kyrie, there's a lot of rubato in Puccini. There's a lot of rubato. Rubato literally means you steal something with the aim of bringing it back. So you're stealing what? Time. And some people just steal and never bring it back. And then the music is going to take another direction. So you just have to be careful. What was the tempo you are using? Now we are doing rubato. And how do you go back to the tempo? Actually, I don't mean to say this, but I just heard a performance last year in the Extravaganza, and Dingan was conducting. And he actually did this rubato I'm talking about. You know, the way he would say, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie ele. So, you know, just bring it back. Whatever you do, bring it back. All right. Now, there are questions on the floor, and I know some conductors online are asking any questions from the floor about what we've done so far. Yeah, even the songs we haven't touched. So don't be bashful. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have an issue here. Oh yeah. I don't know. I'm just worried about the fact that the music that we're doing this year with the Western music requires some sort of emotional expressions when you do them. And I'm just worried of the fact that we are Africans. And as Africans, we do a lot of these expressions which might sometimes be out of context, or rather not necessarily done in the Western way. I don't know what can be advised to balance that, because sometimes we go to town in terms of expression and emotions, as black people, of course.
All right, I'm going to give it to my colleague, but I have a specific answer. You know, Moise earlier on was talking about oratorio, the style, the characteristics. So always remember that oratorio is more about orarium, the praying, the situation, and it's different from the opera. So we don't want to see a lot of gestures when people sing, including those who conduct, you know. Because I think we are very close to the time where people will start kicking now to literally describe the word siyakahlela. Although to realize siyakahlela meaning I'm humbling myself in Xhosa. Although in Zulu literally means I kick, right? So I think if you can just remember that, but personally I don't like people to lose their own personal style. You know, that is still important, you know. The identity is very important, but within the limits, that is what I will say. I think...
No, I think Utotela answered it very well. I'm just adding on what we said again at the beginning, to say, first and foremost, everything is in the score. Even the interpretation or the expression that we want, it's embedded in the score. Whether through notes or through the words, we find it there. So in a way that we do it, it must be in connection with what is in the score. And the drama as well is going to sound like we're reiterating ourselves. The drama relies on the text as well, the drama that you find in the oratorio. Because as he said, the word oratorio, orare, meaning to pray, unfortunately over time, even on the genre and on the language perspective, it went on to develop. This word went on to say oratorship. Let's talk about an orator, for example. An orator is a person that speaks well. Whether they speak charismatically or not, but they speak well. So they're able to articulate themselves well. So when you speak of oratorship, it's someone that can articulate themselves well, even without using gestures, as Babu Zungu was saying. So the main thing about that, when you think of drama or when you think of really kicking things out, think first, how best can we articulate what we are saying properly without moving or without going out of context?
Thank you. More questions? Yeah, don't be bashful. Yes, sir. Verdi.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe to understand his style, like Rossini, like you did on Rossini.
All right. What are you doing specifically on Verdi? Oh, Libera Me. Okay. Libera Me. Okay, let me start by this. You know Verdi, how can I approach it? We also know him as an opera composer, right? How many operas? 28 to 30, yeah. A lot of operas. And then when you approach the Verdi Requiem, just like Rossini, you know, there are elements that are operatic, and then there are elements that are sacred. So the beginning of it, when you say Requiem, the soloist, and the chorus, that is really like in the cathedral when you listen to it, right? And then all of a sudden, the chorus comes in with the soloist, and then it becomes more, you know, there's some operatic elements there, and a lot of fugue. But let me start talking about the soprano, the role of a soprano soloist. So the first one is a cappella, and it goes for 4 or 5 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. And in order for that piece to remain on pitch, you need a soprano that doesn't struggle with intonation. Because the choir is accompanying the soprano, and the soprano is leading that whole thing. And then if you lose it there with the soprano soloist, and then everything will go south. I can guarantee you that. And what kind of a soprano are we using? A Verdi soprano. So in your choir, do not choose the most famous person in your choir. You choose a soloist that will be able to meet the demands of the song, right? Must be able to actually sing the middle register and sometimes even go to chest a little bit because of the style. And yeah, so it's very important that you cast it well with the soprano soloist. And then the Libera Me, oh, of course, there's a recitativo accompagnato that will lead to Libera Me Domine Jesu, which is more dramatic and very operatic, right? And you don't have to count it, that one. Okay, maybe we should do it a little bit. Let's find the Verdi Requiem. Do you have a soprano in the house that can read it? Ladies, the Verdi Requiem, can you side read? first thing you need to find the 80. Who can do the metronome marking of 80? Because it mustn't be too slow. The soprano might collapse on stage if it's too slow. And it might be difficult to put it together. So really find the 80. Yeah. Can you read there? Maybe this one. Oh. You get it. All right. So just the piano. This is a cappella. So this is helping during the rehearsals, right? I know some people stand beside the choir with the melodica in case they go off, and then you just hear the A pop, which is wrong. All right. Can I just have the F? Okay, you can even side read in tonic solfa. Okay, ready? 3, go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. What is the last consonant? It's the M, right? So those 2 beats, you need to let it ring. You know what I mean? Requiem. And then before you go on. All right, let's do it again. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Go. And then soprano reads fa, so, all right, I'm lost. So I'm suggesting you just take this solemn tempo, right? Solemn tempo. But really train the soprano though using the keyboard or the melodic. I don't know if I'm contradicting myself. So she must get used to hear these notes. You know, they must become second nature because we don't have relative pitch, all of us. We don't have the perfect pitch, all of us. But if you keep on like playing the melodica or playing the piano, those notes, you have a chance that you're gonna control the performance well. All right. Yeah, please add if I'm leaving anything. And then there's a lot of these syncopated rhythms. But the way you do these syncopated rhythms is not like bah. No, it's still with grace and gentle. Okay, for example, let's just play da di da da. So I'm gonna count 1, 2, and da di da da. All right, maybe I just wanna lead to that. Yeah. Bar 9. Yes. Okay, ready? 3 and da da dim. 1. Okay, stop there. What is dolce? Dolcissimo. Even sweeter. I know the Africans, they always bother me with sweeties. And apparently there is a word like that, right, in Afrikaans? Like the plural of sweets, they say sweeties, I don't know. So you think of dolcissimo, but that dolcissimo needs to be so supported in the voice. So when she does, da, da, dee, da, dee, da, da, it still continues the da, dee, da, da. And then it and also you are allowed to steal that operatic character of the portamento. So don't feel bad about it. So can you just play from that, the G flat, just the soprano line, and go. Lo, G, A, you know what I mean? Rather than drop, yes, no. You still that operatic portamento going down is gone. And then we're moving on. Okay, ready? Okay, and I go. Da, da, da. Stop there. So the word is dua, right? Then we have a small comma there. A small comma, but you don't take a break and drink coffee, nan. It's just a small one. Dua, because what comes next? That character. We want to hear one. Lu, che, ya. Favorite part. And everybody's quiet here. And high B flat. So you get it. So you just lead it like that, but it just needs grace. I think that's the word I can give you. It needs grace. Oh, well.
Maybe just to add on the language, the last words, just two things as well. You would have decided, of course, you're going lu chair or you're going lu chair. You would have decided on those, that it remains consistent. And also the fact that Latin, unlike German, does not have glottal. So you don't feel like there's a Y there, even if it's staccato. Lu chair at, but lu chair yat. It's going to feel a slight Y connecting the two vowels. So no lu che at, no lu che yat. It's going to be a bit of a Y there.
That's very important because when you do that, you are not breaking the legato. Yes, it's part of the legato. Now, this is my suggestion. It's not. Yeah, it's not printed in stone. So the accompaniment will just play this chord and then you start. So it's not like now we're gonna start together after this. No. So wait for the key and then you're gonna hear bam. Libera me domina e morte eterna in die latreme. So gonna finish this line, John. They're gonna just finish this line. They're gonna take time, and then we come on tremenda, and then quando from there, quando c'è. All right. So anybody who can sight read this, ladies? No brave person. Okay, let's do it again. And. La tremenda quando cieli movere So I think they take time here. Yeah, they're gonna take time, but you get the idea, ne? Yeah. So, and then right after that, so conductor give a time to lead us to Libera Me. You get it? So, and then you have, so that is my tempo. Okay, can we just play that? And, that will be my suggestion. So if we are on two together, definitely performance will be safe. So 3, 2, 1, 2, ti ba dum bum 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 bim ba da 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 di di da di da da ma ram ram ba da. If we are together on two, I'm sure you'll be safe. Yes.
I have a question.
Where do I start counting as a conductor from the solo, from bar 40? Where do I start counting?
Bar 40.
Yes, bar 40.
Oh, you mean here? So,
Maybe from 40. I just leave the soprano with the 9 there.
yeah.
Giving her the 4 on.
No, you just give the upbeat. So, for example, there again. So, we're going to do and down 1. Libera me domino eterna, eterna, in die la tremenda. So, you count to 1 or wherever the chords are changing. You get it? Yeah.
Because I think you also referred to the fact that at bar 40, there's a longer pause on the first beat. So he's thinking of utilizing that for thinking. So the problem with that is that you also need to have a silent dramatic pause. So you still need those 2 silent bars. So you just steal them because they're on a fermata, quiet for two beats, quiet for 2 beats, or whatever, 4 beats, and then pa. But do not fill in the rest, the silent beats with music, because then we lose the dramatic silence.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And maybe while I'm still on the podium, the last thing is that it's also the ability to take us through the 3 different colors from Requiem, when we are asking for the rest, for the dead, and into Et Lux Perpetua, which we're talking about light, like shine light upon them so that you show them the right way, and into Libera Me, where you're saying release. You know, libera, I know it's your translation probably would say deliver, but libera literally means like release me, let go, you know, release them of this punishment or the fire that they're supposed to. So the ability to take us through that. But everything, because it's Verdi and it's based on strong Latin drama, you will find everything on the chromatization of the music in terms of chords and also in the way he uses the language himself.
Usupilile. Okay, all right. Any more questions from the floor? Or Hector Berlioz? at Resurrexit. Okay. Let me find it. Yeah. Nalo lelo gama uthini? Yeah, homophonal, yeah. Yeah. So again, it's allegro, as far as I recall, isn't it? Yeah, allegro vivace. And by the way, this piece is not normally performed because there are rights attached to it. Although it's from the Romantic period, but the score was lost because Berlioz was not happy with his composition. So, he kind of let the music go. And it was found somewhere in Belgium, in some church in Belgium. It was found by a scholar. So now we're beginning to hear it, but there are still rights attached to it, but not at the Resurrexit. I'm talking about the whole performance of Berlioz. So this one has been in the public domain for some time. So what I suggest even there, you see it's in two. It's 1, 2, bram, 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 bram. Can you just play those two bars? Okay, ready? And 1, 2, daga, 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 and resurrexit. You get it? So this is how it's gonna go. And then I don't think it changes much. So as long as you get the two, it's just like Libera Me. It's the same thing. But I remember when we're prescribing this song, the order is not what you will normally find. So, but I will check again. Because we started with, wait a minute. Oh, okay, the order is correct as it stands. It was the other way around. So we decided to start with at Resurrexit and then finish with the other one. Right. So, but also it's very chromatic, this piece. It's very chromatic. And I always say this, if you can get the notes correct, you've done most of the work. You've done most of the work. So get your notes correct. It's very chromatic. And even the middle section of it, let me see if I can find it. 19, eh? It's getting even faster. So the conductors that are doing this, I'm sure, and I hope you have started the song like weeks ago, right? And then there's a part where it's gonna go in unison, D, and then we have to think in one. I have to find it. I remember looking at it. Da, 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 dee, da, 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 dee. Let me do this. Let me find it here. I know this performance. Anyway, since we don't have sound, but this is the performance that I really like of the Berlioz. So when you listen to this conductor, you are not far off. He's one of the specialists in Berlioz. So not only in vocal music, but in instrumental music. to that heroism that we were talking about. It's still a romantic period, and but ama notes bafana bakithi in this song, but all the songs, let's get the notes right. Let's get the notes right, and then most of the work is done. So the schedule was that we're gonna stop a little bit now at 1, but before I release the house, I just need to find out something from Abaholbam, and then So anything else to add or questions? What about it now? That one, vocame compeneti. No, but let's check the music just to be sure, because I think it's the style of Sturmdrang, right? So yeah, but it's gonna change. So the tempo is the same, but the character changes. Yeah, the notes are a bit longer. So I will say no, do not change the tempo. Do not mess around with tempo in that one. The music takes the character when it's strum and drang, and then you do that, and then the legato after that. Yeah. Yes, sir.
I'm thinking about the connection between the marvelous work and the Awake the Harp.
All right.
Just from a key signature point of view, because I think it moves from a C to a D. And I just worry about what we have from an accompaniment point of view. What do you think about that?
Okay, can we just go to it? And you are doing it in German, right?
Yes. It's just much easier. Just now start being educated.
So standard, Western, Mishtownen, right? Yeah. Here's the C major he's talking about. Yeah. And, I see what he's talking about. Are you finding it?
So it just drops down to a
Okay, just C major. There. Bam, ba, bam. And then play the D major chord. Yeah, I know. Probably another thing that could have happened was the recit, like before. To lead up to that. But I think you just have to write the C major chord, play the C major chord, and then you close it. And then 3, 4, and awake the harp. I think that's the way you can do it.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's do the C major. You're gonna hear C major. And then I'm gonna give you a D major. And then 3, 4, and awake the harp. Ba-da-dum, bam, bam. I think that's how we can do it.
And also just to make a little declaration on that. So that we are not seen as now changing the rules. Ne? Remember with the Puccini, the Kyrie, it's the Kyrie moving into Gloria, it's like that. But this one, it's not like that. There is a recit that comes before. So hence, one would be given the liberty to then say, have that chord. But otherwise, if it was connected like this traditionally, then you would have to do it without the chord. I'm just clearing it.
Yeah. So, but is that okay?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just when I struggled to do it without indicating.
Yes. No, you are allowed. You are allowed. Yeah. So, all right. Any more questions? All right. I hesitate to ask any more questions. So I'll just say we'll stop. And I just need to find what else we're going to do now. So just give me 2-3 minutes. I'm told the lunch is not here yet, but these people will be around in 10 minutes or so. But I think we can stop. We can stop for now and then stretch a little bit. And then as soon as the lunch is here, we're going to eat. And then let's say we're going to start again at 2. Is that okay with everybody? All right. Thank you so much. Let me just wait for one of our assessors, facilitators. The room is more empty now. Yeah, name. Let me send. All right, we're gonna go on. They're gonna find us on our way. Now we're gonna do the African repertoire. Last year, after the finals, we had adjudicators from Italy, United States, and where else? I think that was about United States, Italy. And then the lady from Italy is like, hey, South Africans can sing. African people can sing. But the African music, why is it always accompanied? That was the question. So don't you sing anything a cappella, you know? And then I got to think that actually when the singing started, it was mostly a cappella. You know, the madrigals are a cappella and all of those. And then even here in Southern Africa, composers try to bring up that. So if you're gonna notice, the large section is unaccompanied because we are trying to go back to that character of just singing, you know, not hiding behind the accompaniment. So that is what we're trying to do, and then the standard is accompanied. But we do have a little bit of a problem moving in the future. We are not getting a lot of new compositions, and so there is a problem right now. And I do understand we've lost people like Lihle Biata, we have lost people like Mnomia, and so the wealth of that knowledge is kind of dying away. And I wonder what would have happened if they had lived a little bit longer. So we are struggling with the compositions, so we don't know what we're gonna do next year, but hopefully by September we'll have an idea how we're gonna prescribe and give you the music that you're gonna enjoy doing as conductors. So without wasting time, we're gonna have Moise again back on stage. And he's going to talk about Mutuba Mukhale, exploration of South African choral compositions. I would say Southern Africa, with reference to practical examples. So again, it won't be all the repertoire, but we're just going to touch here and there, and then hopefully you're going to get an idea. Thank you. Oh, I did not send
I just need music to be flighted, sheet music.
Okay.
With that presentation. Okay. So maybe I can start solo. Colleagues, we are back here again, and I would humbly, like us to just go back a little bit to where we started or how we started with this, because this one is a little bit more personal to us, to all of us, because we are no longer dealing with Western composers, or should I say we are no longer dealing with people that we don't know, if you allow me to say that. We are now dealing with people that we know. Some of these people, we are still living with them. We still hang around with them. Some of these people, even if they're no longer around, but we hang around them. So we sort of know their serious side, we know their playful side, and in a candid manner, we've also got to learn what they want from their music or how they view their music and their taste, their own taste in music. So in this way, I'm just saying this then makes it easier, or, sorry, or rather, I think I need water. Thank you. Or rather, it should make it easier for us to foster that collaborative effort of composer-performer with the local composers or the Southern African composers. So, Mam Kize will come in later on and also touch base on certain things that I will talk about as the elements, or just some few similarities. I will just look at the few similarities or the originality of the South African composers. So, the first thing that we probably want to look at is that now that we have a little history of missionaries coming into South Africa or coming into our shores, and particularly when it comes to the influence of music through the hymnody period to where we are right now, the influence of writing music inevitably had to be influenced, had to come from that, had to be drawn somehow from those times. And I would like for us to maybe start by looking at the composers, or the songs rather, that have got some, or they share identity or a bit of DNA with Western compositions. I'd like us to look at Babuzungu Moerani. Is it Moerani? Ruri. If you can just look at Ruri. Yeah. Yes, the song. All right. I know we don't have copies, but I'm going to challenge you to just sing it with us. If you remember it, or if you can follow what's on the board. Just give us the key. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was really nice. So, we are talking here about the similarities between African music and Western compositions. So the first thing that we find is the word that Dr. Zungu does not want to say. This homophonic texture that moves like that. But as it moves like that, it moves bearing, or at the top, having a melody that is hovering above it, which has to be clear at all times. And we know, we have beautiful voices, and we never should doubt ourselves. Southern Africans, we've got great voices when it comes to choir. It's just that we have to find a way of making those voices come together in a way, and also make an effort. Those beautiful voices don't come in the way of technical things in the music, like spoiling intonation and all. So I'm gonna ask you again. Let's do Ruri again, but this time around, focus on stretching the vowels or stretching the syllables as much as you can. 1, 2, 3. Stretch again. And move again. And then beat rhythmic. And move. Syncopation. Yes. So, with these beautiful voices, already you are able to tell that there's going to be a nice contrast that's going to follow. You hear stretching of music. You hear it when it moves a little bit. And with Yandan, you can tell that the conductor has got now, you've got ample opportunity to do certain things that you want with your music. But if there's big sound, then it does not give you much to do. Yes, the thing is, you end up thinking that you are doing them, and you are not doing them. They end up in your head as a conductor. Ne? You think the choir is doing them, but they're not actually doing it because the sound is the same all the time, is big all the time. But if there's a clear distinction between certain sections in terms of how the music is written, then it gives you a world of opportunities, or a world of opportunity to explore in terms of music. Thank you. Now,
I apologize for disturbing this presentation. Now I'm told the fold is ready, and I don't know what we do. Should we just finish this one presentation and then go? All right, continue. Thank you.
and would have music that is now original or seeks to be original. But that kind of music will obviously be influenced by certain things. It can be influenced by events that happened. Like Ukaluza would write a lot about imishato, would write sometimes about amapunguka. People who have went to Joburg and they did not come back. And you would feel that in the music. And even as they dance in Joburg, not coming back drinking, you would feel that in the song. You would feel the songs that they were dancing to in that music. That's why I'm calling it seeking originality or seeking authenticity in the music. That's what some of the Southern African composers would do. And also, in the midst of all that, would have issues of apartheid, issues of protest marches that you would have in the song. In the same breath, you would have issues of illnesses. In the past, we've had issues of HIV and AIDS, for example. Can we look at Malo's Vochinyana? I think it's Prof Mugoban. Right. Oops. So, interestingly enough, when you look at the music, it looks quite symmetrical, even from the physical perspective. Yeah, so taka, 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 tika, taka, 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 taka. So it actually tells you before you even sing it, that exactly what's going to happen. And it's funny that we were talking about stretto earlier on, which is overlapping of voices. But this one, it's quite hyper. It's more than that. It's quite hyper because it comes very quickly with short rhythms. Can we just sing these three bars that we see there? Choose a voice. I'm soprano. I soprano. And 1, 2, 3. Tony, Tare, Nido, Sharp. Yeah, no, just that. Just those three bars. Just those three bars. Thank you so much. So now you can see. Am I allowed to hold it, Sydney? Okay. Okay. Thank you. So now you can tell that if one voice part sustains more than they should, it will get in the way of the other voice part. Who are allowed to sustain a bit. Those are the people. But these ones, they must keep it as short as it is written. Okay. Let's try it again. Once more. 1, 2, 3. And da di da da da. And da 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 di. So now this person, it obviously it will not sound. It should not sound beautiful. It must not sound beautiful, because you are not talking about something beautiful. It's something ujana dada. Ujana uyezwa na umzulu ukuthi dada is not the right thing. Not it. Ngena into ethusayo. So everyone is worried and is trying to create chaos with malo chukwi nandi. No, everything. So it cannot be that beautiful, but rhythmically proper. So once again, our own composers trying or seeking to find authenticity within the influences of Western composition to bring about certain issues that we go through. Can we go to part 21? Right. Yes. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, and. Do, do, de, do, da, 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 do, da, 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 di, da, di, da, di, da, di, tan, da, da. Rest. It's going somewhere. Dun, ti, di, 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 da, di, di, i, da, ya, 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 yes. He doesn't want to end prof. Sharp. Beautiful music, ne? Very beautiful music. But you can still see that in the midst of us also trying to gain originality, but that thing still calls us back. You know, that Western kind of thing still says, no, I'm here, Baba. I'm not going anywhere. So it still takes you back there. But then what then becomes imperative for the conductor? If you can just draw back again to 21. What then becomes imperative for a conductor, and this is just a humble suggestion again, is for a conductor to know the role or the purpose of each and every cadence in such a section or in such a music. Know the role of each and every cadence. Purpose would. What is the role of this cadence? Is it saying we are done? Or is it saying we are pausing? Or is it saying we still continue? Or is it saying tension moving forward? So that how we then approach it speaks to that. And as it creates, you could hear now, it just creates its own climatic moment without any force. But if we miss the purpose of each and every cadence, then we lose out on this. This cadence here cannot speak the same way as this one. It cannot be the same way. It goes right into a perfect cadence. But a perfect cadence that is sustained because it doesn't have a rest. Ne? And then it moves forward again. And this cadence has got its own way that it behaves as well, as an imperfect cadence. Sure. Right. Moving on. So, some songs are also personal. I spoke about protests, we spoke about social ills. Some songs also have to do with a personal thing of a composer, because composers are human beings and they go through things, or they see someone next to them or closer to them going through things, and in their own way, because that's best, that's what they know how to do best, they will use it in their music. Like Ubaba Newman CBC song Uzungangilahli. Certain songs about repentance, or certain songs about seeking to come back or come closer to God. Can we just look at Uzungangilahli? Just want to check the bar for you.
You know, in the beginning I just wrote Umbono, and there is not the title. Yeah, Ungangilahli Jehovah is the title. So
Yeah. Right. Can we go to bar 27? Oh, you check from there. Yes. Okay. No. So here he says, excuse isiZulu sam babuzu. Kumele ngenze isifungo sami noJehova. Noma izilingo zomhlaba zingihaqile. Big statement already. And that's what you find for those that are doing this song. That's what you find. He has big moments, but just for a little bit. And then he moves on to another. He doesn't have huge sections. Let's go at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1. Sharp. So now there's a temptation here. After this dot, there's a temptation to want to take a dip there. You see that temptation, and there's no rest there. Ne? So resist that. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1. Sami no Jehovah, nami silingo zomhlaba zingihaqile. So, okay. Just a little bit on 37. Yeah. So you can see that also our composers are really quite talented like that. They're also able to bring in drama. They're also able to bring in lyricism, as we were talking about it, Oratorio. And they're also able to explore text or the use of text in their music, and not being biased or anything. We've had a lot of isiZulu composers really sticking to the language, to the conventions of their language when they write, not only with words but also with intonation and which word must fall on the strong beat and all that, and that makes it easy for a conductor or for a singer to manage that kind of a song. I think we've got just 2 or 3 points, and then we go and eat. Right. Within that, we have got sacred and secular compositions as well. Sacred and secular composition as well. We don't have to fly this one. We don't have to sing it. For example, Bulang di Khoro Morena Tsene. Bulang di Khoro Morena Tsene. I mean, we hear that it says Bulang di Khoro, but you don't have a gate in you. There's no gate here. But someone says, but it means maybe open up your hearts. Open your hearts for the Lord to dwell in you. And somewhere it talks about you having and clean up your ways so that he can dwell in a peaceful place, so that he does not dwell in a chaotic space. So Ubulang du Khoro is written by Mutuba. Mutuba, we know Mutuba has written songs like Rorisa Morena, Bo Ale Creatire, Toro, my favorite. But Bulang du Khoro leans towards Rorisang Morena in terms of the theme and also in terms of how it's written. This song can be very high at some point. Can be very high. And when we are dealing with this song, obviously we have to make sure, number one, we avoid hyper singing. We avoid hyper singing, because even if he makes you sing on those high notes, we still expect you to sing on pitch. We still need to hear clearer harmonies here and there with the song. So that's our secular music. But Bulang Khoro is quite a really popular song. That's sacred. Secular as well, we also have songs. If you can just fly it, Ame Akalo. We just look at two things here. We just look at few things that we've probably seen. Once again, our very own composers trying to go out of their way to bring in element of originality within the drama. It says here bar 1 to 4. So this is bar 1 to 4. This would be bar 1 to 4. This is 4 bars here. The setting is that the rivulet choir creates possible atmospheric sounds, including animals and birds. So abantu choir yakho, they must know how to sound like monkeys and birds and rivers and something like that. Yeah, obviously without scaring anyone, but it is just to create. Yeah, that's why he wrote atmospheric, just to create the background. Yeah. Just to create a background. Yeah. Last year, Cossacks, I promised, in one choir, we heard a monkey. It's like they brought a monkey on stage. We heard original monkey. And then you understand why he says this when the opening line says, "Ntitle ke go dikologe. Allow me to encircle you. Allow me to go around you." A fervent plea from Komoto, the soprano, saying, so obviously she's talking to someone here. And it's a person of a different gender here saying, "Allow me to encircle you." But underneath, there are these people singing here. The female voice. Now here's the thing about this female voice. It is not there. It's just two people. It is not there. So it is also part of the atmosphere. So it must not sound too present in other way. Because once it sounds too present, then it does not, it's no longer atmosphere. Now it disturbs everything that is going on there. I don't want to dwell much on the song, but what I wanted to touch base on the song, on the same song again, was one aspect of African music. The rhythmic nature that we have in African music. Yeah, we can go up. I'm not sure of the bar. You also have it then? You have it? Okay. Yes, there. Bar 29. Our influences, or the influences of composers from the rhythmic point of view, they're influenced by churches. We're influenced by churches. We're influenced by protest marches, as we say. Indigenous dances or traditional dances. Like the other time we were trying to explore Kusekaya la. So you can hear somewhere there's dance that you need to understand what eating. So this one here simply says, no, I just want you to do stapa, clapping and dancing from bar 30 to 40. And you can repeat this until the end of the dance. That's a very dangerous statement. So but you understand, you can't go on forever with it because you are enjoying the dance. But what I guess what is important with this is that the sound must be genuinely a representation of an authentic Setswana idiom, nuance. Not in the style of. It must be like that. So this guy, when he responds to the lady wamshelai uthi kibuele pilo mpulele pilo orepisele tswalo. So the choir must sound like an indigenous choir Setswana with the dancers, of course. But then you will see that the use of rhythms, not really strange rhythm. Parapa pa 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 parapa pa 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 pa. It will do the same thing. Tarara ti tara yara ta tara ta. And it does that over and over again. Still on the same breath, can we look at Ipasika? And then we close. Look at Ipasik. Yes. There's a bar that I'm looking for. There's somewhere where it says Zion style. It says Zion style. And it says Alap. It says Zion style. It's bar 91, yes. It says Zion style. So sizoyikhuluma ngale style ukuthi whether it's Zion or Sipostol, but we'll have to explore that and hear that. So, are you able to just try and play? Can you play this? Yeah. Scoop. Scoop. Yeah, it will do like that. Now let's do it a little bit faster. Yeah. 1, 2. So one of our colleagues was saying, I hear this. So saying, I hear Postol, I don't hear Zion here. So he was agreeing with you, Postol and Agazwa. Because when they come in, can we go now to the vocal line? From 95. Let's sing against the backdrop of the accompaniment. 1, 2, 3, 4. Daddy, 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 yeah. So, Askhulumen, what do you hear?
I'll speak like a person who is Zion. Ngisayon impela. Kodwa la maseculwa khona cha akusona iSiyon. Akusona. So I will take somebody said about apostoli. For me, yes. Yeah. Now, you have two things. Unompostolo tila akuyena umpostoli. Unompostolo tila umpostoli. Unesayon esithi cha akusona iSiyon. So it's correct. I think it's more of a postal rhythm. But the accompaniment in the beginning could be a Zion, but different, you know. So this one is more of a scope.
I don't know if this is a discussion or what.
Yes.
Or I don't know if maybe we're all trying to find a solution as to is this Postol or Zion now. But fortunately for me, I did the song just after he wrote it. And he said, it's Postol. So he came, was what he is Postol. That's why I wonder if is this a discussion or something to learn apart. When we did something, he wrote the song and gave us the song, yeah, and said, Simculele. Then he said, Postol is.
Yeah.
And if you remember, in his funeral, there were apostles there.
Yes.
Thank you.
And someone wrote Zion there.
I don't know who wrote Zion. That's why I'm asking, how is this Zion now?
Yeah.
Because Ngaz is Postol. Thank you.
Yes. Right. And then, lastly, as I close now, thank you so much for that input. Thank you so much. As we close, we go to bar 99, 100 of Ramataitai, 6/8. Is that Ramata? Yeah, yeah, that's the one. 100. So, yes, that one. So, first thing first, before you even start singing it, these drawings there, you can see they are actually similar as those drawings that we saw in another song. And so that should tell you that, oh, now it means we are bordering around the same area, you know. Da da di da 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 di da da di da da da. Right? Obviously being rhythmic, but number one, being careful that you don't do staccato all the way. Number two, just being careful that you emphasize only where you're supposed to emphasize. So, because those are not aesthetic emphasis. Those are emphasis based on the indigenous or the indigenuity of the language itself. Or where would you stress? Riaho, tlo, mata, da, harata, da, 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 di, da, yata, di, darata, da, dirata, da, di. So emphasizing in the right spots all the time. So, I think it's a good thing. It's a good thing, Dorotera, that this song this time around has been prescribed for standard. Last time it was done, large, I think the last time it was done there. So I don't have anything with, don't have anything against large choirs, but we're but we're just saying. It then does not mean that the song is too big for standard. That's number one. And also, now that we're in standard, it allows you to explore it on the lighter side of it as well. Starting with the language that the vowels must be bright. This cannot be overset. Ka ngwaga wa 1918 Gatsal. Yes, whether you are going to do word painting, to show hore se king, but it must not be dark in such a way that it borders it now, it irritates or interrupts the language itself or the vowels of the language itself. But the song has got beautiful moments here and there. Yeah, ngicela ukumala.
Ezandleni, thank you so much, Moesi. Yeah, because the presentation is more global, so we find the same things in many different composers. The time now is 2:45. Can we eat allegro, presto, vivace, and then and be back here exactly at 4:05? Am I right? No, 3:05. So we're doing this because we just need to do Madlopa song. So this is a song that hasn't been done a lot, and I think many people, even online, are curious to hear about this song. And then the question and answer. And then we know we have people coming from Zimbabwe. So we are talking about 13 to 24 hours of driving. So we just need to eat. Maybe they're going to leave us soon. But the most important thing now, let's go eat. And then we'll start again at 3:05. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. We are back for the last segment of this workshop. I think Moise has touched a lot on different issues, but with this specific song that Miss Solomon is gonna do, it hasn't been done much, so we just need to hear a little bit about it, and then before we take the questions from the floor and also the audience online. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Ngiyazwakala? Okay. Okay. All right. Before I get to the initial piece that I have to do, I just want to touch base to some of the things that Moise was highlighting, ne? And the different characters and characteristics that are there in the African music. I think he has touched especially the influences around the composers, or around our composers actually. One, the religious aspect of things, he has touched based on that. And also the poetry around the music. Some of the composers, their compositions, they derive from poetry, or maybe stories that they've heard before. Like you find Guti Umuntu was somewhere in rural areas, and something happened there, and then they will bring that scenario to music. So they will write music to explain or to tell a story around what transpired there. And then also the culture plays a significant role and a big role in terms of writing certain music. I'll make an example. Ubabum Nomiya and Ubabum Ziligazi, I think Moise has touched base on the number of composers in the Isisutu and Isitswana. And then I will touch base around the people who will write something about what transpired. Sorry, just a sec. The laptop is off. Okay, yes. About what transpired in their culture. Like for instance, King Shaka, he will write about the stories around how he was born, where he was born, and the historical background of that particular place. And also the utilization of the language. They will use language to express themselves. He has mentioned that. And they go further in telling stories, certain cultures or certain things are performed. Like for instance, you find the child Uyentabeni. You'll find a composer writing a story around Uyentabeni, or writing a story of what happened in the olden days. KwaZulu, kwakwenziwani, babecula kanjani. So those things, most of our composers, they will pen it down so that we can understand the history, our cultural beliefs. And also education played a very important role, especially from the composers that were learned, Abo Moerane, Bo Mohapelwa, and them. So those were very educated composers. And what happened with those particular composers, they made sure that they take some of the elements of the Western music and put them into the African music. But then some of these other composers, because of the language limitations, they are unable to write certain notations that will reflect how we say things in our culture. Like if, for example, uti ngubani obazi. So you utilize those glides, ngubani obazi, but there is no way or any form that we can utilize to show the glides, to show the slurs, ukuthi ngu is sliding, ngubani obazi. So they would use some commas, they use some brackets so that you can be able to highlight those things. Okay. And then, and also the influences, they date back to a number of composers. You'll find that Moerane learned from somebody else. Mzilikazi learned from somebody else. Mnomiya learned from somebody. So the history goes down, and those elements of those particular composers you can feel in the music of a particular composer. So in this particular song that I'm going to speak about, you can feel Themba Madlopa, that there are influences. Themba Madlopa ngubani obazi. I know it's a struggle to read this copy, but they will sort out the dual notation very soon. So it will be typesetted, don't worry. Right. When you look at the music, how this music is structured, you can see the elements of Babu Mzilikazi Khumalo. You can see the elements of Miyataza. You can see the elements of Babu Mnomiya. So you can touch base with different composers. So Putemba, because he has worked with these composers, so those influences you can easily pick up in the music. And also what happened, it because it depends on what influenced him to write the piece. What made him to write the piece? Sometimes composers are commissioned to write pieces. And I'm sure in this particular piece, I'm glad Babu Mzandile is here. He's one of the people who had commissioned Uputemba to write this particular song, Ngubani Obaz. And at the time, it was a celebration of the 10th year freedom of East South Africa. So he was commissioned to write this particular music. And then, after that, the instruction was given. So he needs to tap into himself to find out what can he do as a composer, what can he bring on the table so that everybody can be able to share the ideas that he had, right? And then, but doing that also, it has this thing, it must have his own signature in it. It can be, yes, I have influences of this person and this person and this person, but I am not there. So you need to feel Themba Madlopa there in his music, right? Now, when you look at this particular song, I always check the title of the song. What is it all about? Check, understand what are you singing about. I think that has been mentioned several times to say, what are you singing about? What the song is all about. And that title tells you, ngubani obazi, ukuthi sizobe sila namhlanje. So, ngubani obazi. And in the opening section, you are not going to see anything Themba wrote. It's just a humming section. You can see it's Themba. It's a humming section in the first section. So now there are a number of elements that are there in the humming section. One, what influenced Themba? Themba has a male voice choir. Yes, a male choir. Ne? Right. In the male choir, what are his experiences? He has taught a number of places. He has gone to he has met a number of people. So, because of he had this male choir, he had to meet other male choirs in different spaces. So, what touched him is the Welsh music. So when you listen to this humming section, you can feel the Welsh type of singing. Right. Now, and then when it comes back to us, it says when you introduce or when you're coming into a house, you don't just come in and ube upapi. I'll just put it that way. You are calm. You are toba, you know. And when you greet people, you greet in a particular way. You can't just be excited. So introduction is very important in us as African people, to say the warmth. I can even go to further to say ukushweleza, ukubonga, you know. So when you look at that, uyashweleza, and if you look at also the way the melodic line or the harmony is written, it is low. And you can see there is no excitement, there is no papanyana, there is, you know, yeah, it's more of ukshweleza, you know, there's calmness, right? And then the second section, it's when the second section, so when we go to, now, he now introduces, in by 11, you can see, he now introduces the choir after he has the calmness, and then now the beginning he starts to introduce a choir to say this was the Africa yonke iphela. So introduces everybody now. He speaks to the whole nation. And then speaking to this nation, Africa yonke iphela, sethula kuwo amathongo abantu ukubonga kwethu eAfrica. So remember, African music relies mainly on the text. So you need word painting plays a very important role. So when you say Setula Africa, so where this one, Setula Amatongo Agwant, already it touches what I have said at the beginning, to say if siyashweleza, it also touches speaking to the ancestors, because ukthula amatonga sethula ukubonga kwethu kumatonga, the people that who have passed and they've fought for this liberation. So we are here now in this liberation, so we are excited to say siyabonga, we thank you for your contribution to make this country what it is. Okay, right, that's the first section, it ends there. Then the element of Ubutemba comes in. Remember, I said, because he has this male choir. Then the introduction of the male section, then it comes in, okay? Right, male section also plays a pivotal role in the African structure. You have the head of the family. So you can't just come in and then you do whatever you like, but you need to have give acknowledgement to the heads of the family, which is the male section. Now, and also in that particular line, also introducing one, the males, and then two, he introduces the theme of the song, the title of the song. That's where you see it for the first time. It comes in. Ngubani Obaz. And when you look at the music, how it's also written, you can see the glides there, ne? Ngubani Obaz, you can see the glides, ne? Right. So that you can see Uguti, it's more of Inguni language. You need to exploit that. Right. And then, and in most of the composers, there is this element of introducing section by section. They don't just come in like everybody just comes in. He comes in to say, Ngubani Obazi, Ngubani Obazi, Ma Africa. And then immediately when it finishes, then he brings the tenor line. Angithi tenor is slightly lighter, brighter, and then the basses are a bit darker. So when you introduce that the dark voices, and then he brings now the brighter side, ukuthi ngubani obazi ukuthi sizobe silapha. Yeah. And then the split of the tenors, it continues. And then within the very same place, he doubles, he your first tenor, second tenor. So the music becomes much more bigger, becomes much more thicker. And when it comes much more thicker, where does it come more thicker? In the halala, where there is some excitement in it, in the halala section. Yabo? Halala section, and then he continues. Right. After that, going to the next section, to the next space, next bar, he then introduces the soli section. And the soli section is prayerful. So Uthemba is a praying person. He's a person who goes to church. So, and if you check most composers, the African composers, they will have the exciting moments. They will have whatever nice legato lines and so on. But in most of their compositions, you will find there is a calm, a prayerful moment that you find in the music. So where they pray, where they maybe they show emotions in the music. So it continues, and then he brings everybody in. He hasn't brought in the sopranos as yet, because it's still the male section. So they have this chunk of the music. And then it continues. Can we go down? And then now, there he introduces the sopranos, the female voices. And the female voices, with the same melody. And then remember, Besiteni, that African music also has this call and response character that you find in the music, that you always, and also remember, even our language, it has that percussive sound. When you speak, uno percussive nyana. You know, you can't just sawubona nomthandazo. You can. There is this percussiveness that comes with the music, especially the Nguni music. So you'll find that, and then the intro. And then the females come in, and then in this particular music also, you find there are so many repeated sections. Dal segno, you go back. Dal segno, you go back. So he repeats a lot. And the reason why we repeat, Tina, we can't say one thing or something once. We always, if you have, you must emphasize. It's either you say wozala, 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 you know. So you have to show those elements. In African music, we emphasize a lot. So hence Uthemba introduces introduces the repeated sections in the music to emphasize it. It's either you do it, you vary them whether you do it louder or softer, but it depends on the conductor as to how do you feel and what do you think of that particular line. And then you also have to observe the changes. Can you just go further down? Okay. All right. Before we go to the changes, you see, also, he feels Uguti, already I have given the males the soli part. I can't leave out the females, because in this celebration, in this 10-year celebration, it was not only males who were celebrating freedom, but we also had females who were supportive of this celebration. Right, he introduces that, and also check the tessitura lies high. So you need to have it's slightly higher. And yes, we can't see it clearly because it's tonic sulfur. But if we had our staff notation, you could see that it lies slightly higher. So also the blending of voices is key. The blending of voices, the balance of the choir is key. So this section, it doesn't have that much. Yes, yabonga senza konke, but there's no excitement that much. Okay, and then it continues, the repeats I've spoken about, and then the introduction of the whole choir. So the whole choir comes in. I said, even the last time, they came in halala. So it's halala again. He introduces even the unison. So it's some of the things that we can see. And what they love most, Babu Mziligazi and the other, the triplets, the usage of triplets a lot in the music, so that we can feel that dance kind of a move. So you can't separate African music with dance because it intertwines, right? Okay, and then it continues, because some of the things I have spoken about, and also the reminder. He also reminds you that, remember, don't forget, ngubani obazi ukuthi sasila. Every time, when he starts another section, he will bring that theme, ngubani obazi ukuthi sobesila. Then the changes of rhythms. Then the rhythm changes, and everybody now is excited. You can see the vibe. You can see the vibe in the music, the short notes, the glides there. You can see the excitement. Uguti now it's yes, we can see. So we ask everybody, is kupu? So you are telling everyone in this space that, whoever, So make sure that you take the text out of the music. You take the text out of the music, you write it down, you read it, and understand what he says. I see it yeah. So mainly here, it's more of a celebration. So there's something that I wanted to touch in this song before I finish. So some of the composers, what they do, they also borrow some songs, I would say songs or lines. They take a line from a particular song and utilize it in the music. So like, for instance, when you go down again, yes. So you can see Siliwelile, 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 Siliwelile Jordan. We know the song Siliwelile, 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 Siliwelile. We know. So they borrow such music and put it in their music. And also there is another song, but Ekaya, Ega Zwani, where he utilizes yes. So you can see Uguti, they take from somewhere and bring it in. But you know why they're doing that? They make it a point that you must be able to know where you come from. So you touch base with where you come from. And then they bring it to the fore. Okay, right. And I wanted to also highlight, yes. I wanted to highlight certain things that are slightly similar to what right. Okay, yes. So, and then in terms of when the music developed to its climax, they bring a number of vocal lines where the voices split, and then after that they also add some vibrant kind of move. I make an example to why Ngeti Utemba has also an element of Ubabumziligazi Kumar, where you go, and then there's also the syncopated rhythms. pa, 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 pa. So the development, you see, it started with the bases, and da, pa, pa, ra, pa, 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 pa. And the next part joins da, da, pa, da, pa, da. So those are the influences. I just wanted to highlight certain things. You take things from somewhere, and then he brings them in to the music. Okay, right. Okay, and then I need to go to Ubabumnomi to highlight also. Let's do my before that. Okay. Right. Now, even Ubabumnomia, if you check his music, before the opening, always is calm. Even if it has words, but you can see the humming, or you can feel as if there is some humming of some sort in the music. So, when you do, can you write that? Can you do that? Yeah, bar 5, yes. Sorry, I said, sorry. Yes, that's the one. Let's see. Let's go. I think Ariake, that alto. Then brings everybody in now. And so you see, that's the introduction. Okay, right. Now, and then again, Utemba, you can see there are solo voices somewhere there. You can see that element as too bad. Let's go continue there to and everybody's saying, and now, and yes, right, yeah, sure. So the elements are the same. The elements are the same. So I'm just saying, Uguti, when you look at this African music, make sure, Uguti, your mind is open. Is open, because you'll find something from someone somewhere. I was also checking Gibonsele Peter Mama Gibonsele no Mama. Yes, and when you think about the introductions of different voices, there are composers who just love basses. So they just feel each and every song must start with a bass. Yeah, but so yes, if they start with the bass, you must know the role as a bass. So the melody, where where is the melody? You must find where the melody is. And when you find that melody, it will then assist you to also bring in the other elements or other parts into one aspect, right? Or into one pot, so that at least sonke sihambisane. Okay, right. I think Mr. Moaisi has highlighted a number of things in terms of African music. And Mina, if I will continue where I will be repeating what he has said, so it's just going to be a waste of energy and time. But it's important also to make sure that the language, different languages, they are pronounced correctly, the vowel sits correctly, the nuances of that particular language are brought forward, because you can't just highlight something and you don't know what it means, how it came about. So we need to highlight all those things. I think I will end here. So far, yeah, I think I will end here. Thank you.
Wow, siyabonga kakhulu, Ms. Solomon. The rose among the thorns. You bring some flavor in the environment. Thank you so much. You know, I like what she's saying about take the words away from the music. Because with African music, I've realized that the message is in the text. Even the inspiration to write the notes is in the text. So let me talk about me as a Nguni person, as a Zulu person. There is another song there by Sibis, Intokazi Ngasolwandle, that's what it's called. And then this is what I did when I taught the song in high school. I did not teach the notes first. I started with the text. Angsokwinla Solwandle. You look at the verbs, what are the action words as you study. And then you look even zonke le mpawu zokukhuluma, the commas, the question marks. Because every time you have a question mark, even the way you're gonna sing it is gonna be different. Because the question will cause a voice to act a certain way. The exclamation mark is the same thing. Every time you see an exclamation mark, the word before the exclamation mark, you pronounce it louder, right? So even when you sing, it's gonna point you towards that direction. So, and I was teaching this song, and then one of my students was, which is a popular belief, Togazo Solwandle, say, really, are we talking about a mermaid? And then to me, it's not a mermaid, to me. Because at the end of the song, the singer or the poet says, Ngapaphama, kulel phupho lami. Do you know what I mean? So he starts by saying, Ngangisogwini lasolwandle, ngibuka amanzi egqibezelana, right? I'm looking at the ocean and the waves doing all of this. That is the first thing he's saying. And then all of a sudden, there's this beautiful woman coming in. Because that is why we go to the beach most of the time, right? Ubona ubuhle, buhle bendalo. But in this case, in the form of a person. And then you see this person is coming in, and she's coming in very slowly, right? It's coming in very slowly. It's coming in very slowly. And then all of a sudden, describing this person, how is she looking like? Beautiful. The eyes are big. All of this. Describing, I'm talking about the physical appearance of this person. And then, ngamanga, right? Abbracciami in Italian. So, umumanga umuntu ikhona lento ukuthi hayi noma ilife ingaphela manje. Senge right. And then the way he's singing it, the way he's putting it into music is like that. It's complete ngamanga, but at the same time, kukhona lento ewusizi ngaye, right? But at some point says, ngaphaphama kuleli phupho lami. But do you understand that, ladies and gentlemen? So all of this description is a dream. Maybe that's the woman he really wants in life, because it doesn't talk about inside the ocean, but ngangisogwini, not inside, at the shore, ngangisogwini. So that is where I'm coming from. Ngaphaphama kuleli phupho lami. Ngashaqeka, awu intombazana enhle kangaka, oh intombazana yamalumbo. And then, but there's something sad about it, right? So what is sad about it? I was dreaming is not real. She's gone. That's the sad part. So when you start with the text, by the time you start with the music, it's gonna make sense. And this is another word, I'm gonna sell it to you. I'm not saying take it, I'm selling it to you. You know, in classical music, there is a term we call a rhapsody, right? Not the restaurant that we normally eat to in buyers. So rhapsody is a musical term that talks about a single movement that has got so many colors, so many characteristics, so many tones, right? And when I look at these African compositions, like CBS, the one we are talking about, it has got so many things in one movement, so many key changes in one song. So earlier on we're doing with Ave Verum, right? With that word I won't say, right? Yeah. When they are singing, it goes like that. But in Togaza Solwane, for example, it has got so many things. So all of a sudden we have something like, ngathi ngiyakhuzela. It's different from ngangisogwinela solwa. You get it? Ngathi ngiyakhuzela. You know khuzela? Athi kikilikiki intombi yakwethu. Nongena basket uya emarket. Nongena nkomo uyayidla inyama. Ngiyakhuzela kuwe ntombi ngithi kikilikiki ukukhuzela lo. Hayi manje lento yamafoni. Sasimlinde emfuleni umuntu besithi kikilikiki. Nakona you're not just walking, kunogiya phakathi. Awu kikilikiki intombi yakithi kikilikiki. Right. So when he says ngathi ngiyakhuzela, already he puts it into music. Ngathi ngiyakhuzela ukhuzela, and the stress is on the word KHU ukhuzela. So the way he wrote it, it makes sense if you're gonna follow the language. Akwangakhuzeka. I know akwangakhuzeleka. Ukhuzeka is like awukhuzeki. Yeah. So I'm trying to do this, but it's not happening. Ngithi ngiyaphakama amadola atatazela. So kumbona umuntu omuhle kanjalo, you cannot even talk, and then your knees are doing this. Yeah. So the way he's painting all of this, when you take the words away from the music, by the time you put into music, is what we have tone painting. Right. So that is what I encourage the conductors to look at, because these works are borrowing from the rhapsody, which is a single movement, but it has got everything, all the characteristics, the moods, and. All right. Now, are there more questions in the house and also online? Yes, sir.
Just to confirm on the soli sections, if it is a quartet or something.
Which song is this?
Oban Oba's part 31.
It's a quartet.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, and another thing, we did not really discuss this. There was a question, I think, online about the Mnomiya song. What is the one for large? Imvunge. Yeah, there is a tenor solo there in Imvunge. And the question is, can it be the entire tenor section? Can it be the entire tenor section? And I always feel bad to look over what the composer wanted. You know what I mean? And so we're not going to decide on that right now. We just need to talk as the artistic committee if we can allow the choir to use the entire tenor section about that. Yeah. So I think that's all I can say about that. Another question? Yes, Baba.
It's not a question, it's on a song that is not discussed, just so that we are doing it the same way. Ratang Morena by P.M. Manamela.
Yes.
The cadences that are need to be corrected there, I just wanted to point them out so that those who are doing the piece, we do them the same way. On 13, you have at the end of that, on the third beat, the basses have a D instead of a G. Bar 13, the basses have a D instead of a G. So they have a saw instead of a do.
They have a D
yeah,
instead of a G.
Yeah, they must have a standard do instead of a low octave saw.
Okay.
It's the same thing on 17, is a repetition.
Okay.
And then on towards the end, 90, the basses again, the notes are not tallying with the text. Yeah, it's supposed to be clang, clang, clang on 90, and on 91, backreste. 90 is supposed to be clang, 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 and 91, backreste. Is the same thing on 98, 99.
Okay. All right. No, it's noted. Thank you so much. All right. Okay. Or nothing. All right. Okay. You're going to do it for us. Okay.
Colleagues, conductors, yeah, I think it was a great day, even if I may say so myself. You know, this is just to do a quick wrap up of what we did. Remember, at the start of everything, this is all about choir singing. That's what we must remember. It's all about choir singing. And choir is always a representation of one instrument. It's a representation of oneness. And that oneness is led by this person called a conductor. So this is just to remind us again to say, as we continue, and we'll keep on hammering this into our heads, as we continue fostering this healthy collaboration with the composers, let's make sure that we do it in a genuine manner. We do it in a way that does not upset the intentions of the composer. As well, we do it in a way that shows that a performer and a composer are two equal beings, because none of them is superior and the other one is inferior. We are all equal beings aiming to bring about this music in a proper manner. So that oneness is very important. Number two, on the technical side of things, to remind each other again that as we go and learn the music, everything happens from the first rehearsal. Everything. Your intentions as the conductor, you make them clear from the first rehearsal. As you note, Besh, or whether you start by telling the story or you start by putting the words there for them, everything must happen on the word go. Number 3, just a reminder again on what Ausnom Tandazo said, and I think Babu Zungu touched base on it. Can we, if possible, try to avoid hyper singing? Like it's just a humble plea. Yeah, ask his prof. Can we try and avoid hyper singing? We know that there are certain songs that are actually tempting. They would tempt you to really want to go really with a lot of energy on them, and it will compromise all this lyricism, because this year it is the year, without ignoring our beautiful African music, but it is the year of oratorio. So it is the year of lyricism. It is the year of emotional range, some emotional expression. It is the year of drama, but drama not in an excessive manner that actually hampers or that gets in the way of the music itself or how the music is written. But otherwise, from us here, good luck as you go back to choirs.
Thank you so much for that wrapping up. As you know, it's a festival but a competition, right? So we will have 3 adjudicators in each and every region we're gonna go to, and the rubric is similar, but we're gonna do a lot of writing this year. Oh, maybe not a lot of writing. We're gonna write and say more. Write less, say more. So in other words, there will be some technical terms that we're just gonna put there, you know, and then it's for you to actually try and unpack them. And then when you are getting ready to go to the finals, if you are in the top 10 for the standard, if you're in the top 15 for the large and and great champs. So we are looking in the same thing like last year, the choir, the voice of the choir. So that is the most important thing, the voice of the choir. So your typical blending, your balance, all of those things are important. The musicianship part of it, how are you phrasing the music? All of those things are important. What about the diction? You know, are you doing it well? I do not speak much of Southern Sotho and, but when I sing, you will say Siphuma Makala as I'm a Sotho, because I make sure that the diction is correct. And then there's not going to be too much when it comes to the stage department, because this is not opera, right? So, but keep that in mind, that the voice of the choir, that is what we're going to adjudicate the most this year. If the choir is able to meet the demands of the repertoire in terms of the resonance and you know, the timbre of the choir. And this year, as I'm saying, we're gonna write the score sheets, and then you're gonna get them as soon as we are done with the competition. And then as to when, where are you in the league, you're gonna know that probably on Monday when Sydney and everybody have calculated, but everything is going to be transparent. You're going to be following the entire time. So in those words, I'd like to thank Mr. Mwaisi. Please give him a big round of applause. Yeah. And Ms. Nomtandazo Mkhize for the work done. And we'd like to thank Ms. Kurobele. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. They always laugh at me when I say it's Echo, and then I'm told it's something else. And for organizing all of this. And in absentia, my line manager, for giving us this venue for free. You know, we did not pay a penny to be here. So I'm grateful about that. But I always say choral music is black music, and then we'll always win. And so before I close, and thank for those who just came in, Ubab Matthews Nagungambona, Nobab Tirompane, thank you so much for joining us. And is there a question? Yes.
I want to just check with regards to the number of choristers. Last year we had a very nice arrangement where we were able to add a couple of solo choristers for the music that demanded a lot more. If I look at the African music, particularly for standard category, the Mnomia song, I mean, you've got a poet, you've got a quartet, already that takes out 5 people out of the 48. You are left with only 43 choristers to really deal with the full work. Is there any consideration to have a concession like we had last year?
Okay, let me take another question at the back.
Okay, good day, colleagues.
Yes.
Good day, colleagues. I'm not referring to the songs, but I think my question is very key regarding age restriction of the choristers, because some of us are singing with school learners. So I need a clarity on that.
Yeah. Not that I'm running away from that question, but it's an administration issue, and then I won't take that cap here. So I'm just going to deal with the music here as we did, and then I think Mr. Gerald Bembe will be the most suitable person to address that. I think there is an answer, but I don't think I'm within my jurisdiction to get into that. Similarly, with what we are saying, you know, we've decided that the number of choristers is this X amount of choristers. So I don't think we can really change it now. But remember, it's no longer an opera. It's no longer an opera. I understand, like, for example, Isijuili. Did I pronounce it? So where it's going to divide, but even with that division, I mean, when you follow the harmony, all the parts are still there, you know. And I adjudicated that song in the Roman Catholic Church, and I could see that there could be maybe 2 per part, or sometimes 3 per part, and the music was able to go on. So it's not that I'm closing it, but other things need to be decided by the entire committee, even though they are artistic in matter, but you know, they need all of us. I see another question. Or when you look at the back, so your hand is not up. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, maybe it's just the last question. I don't understand when you was talking about the league. I know what is the league, but at the actual competition day, will you be announcing the results?
Well, we will announce the results at the end of the competition, like the 3-2-1. Yeah, that we're gonna do. But in terms of the league now, to actually count, you know, how far apart the people are, it's gonna happen maybe on Monday, you know. So maybe on Tuesday. So I won't commit Sydney and Mr. Bembe on that one. Yeah.
I have an answer from Mr. Bembe.
Ah.
Yeah. This is an adult competition, so adults are 18 and above.
All right. All right. Thank you, Sydney. All right. Let me wrap it up like this. So you heard it from the horse's mouth. And yeah, that's where we're going to be. And then it's going to be discussed further at the, I feel like saying NOC. It is NOC. Yeah, that's correct. All right. I think that's about it. Ma'am? Okay, so if there's nothing else, so we can close the meeting. Can I ask Professor to lead us in prayer? Oh, another one.
No, it's not a question. it's just a humble request. Maybe please, after this, take a few pictures outside, if possible. Wear our sweaters. Thank you.
All right. Okay, come. All right, clap. All right, can we do an exercise? I'm just going to count 3, 2, 1, and then we clap with a big smile and the loudest voices. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, what a wonder you are. You have been with us since you invited you when we started. We thank you, dear Lord. You guided our thoughts, you guided our presenters, you guided everyone that participated. It was a fruitful exercise. It was worth the wait. It was worth the coming to. As we live here, dear Lord, bless this occasion. Bless every conductor. Bless the organizers of this event. Bless this magnificent journey of regions, and may it be a success under your wings, under your protection. Let the evil one stay far away from us. Unite us as a family. Be in us. Bless us, dear Lord. Let others see the glorification of your name, especially in all these masses we are going to sing. Let the glory of your name shine over the southern hemisphere and all over the world. In Jesus' name we pray and thank you. Amen.
Travel safe. Thank you, everybody.